Luke testing 1, 2, 3. James, can you hear this?
Test.
Ooh.
Can you hear me, Luke?
Yep, I hear you. Thanks, James.
Hey, Cheryl, did you want me messaging me for votes again today?
Sorry, yes, please.
For, what are we, April 6th, 2021 to order. Let's see, who do we have in attendance? We've got Councillor Watkins, Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Hughes, and Mackay in chambers, and I see Councillor Jolly on Zoom. And Councillor Hanson will be joining us as soon as she can. She had some family matters to take care of, but she will be probably joining us in a couple of hours. So with that, before we get to the motion to adopt the agenda, I have a quick question. It doesn't really matter. Is anyone planning on pulling the approval of the land acquisition for Fire Hall number 4 and the future TOD site off of consent. Councillor Jolly, I can't see you. Where are you? There you go.
No,
Okay, so because that we're not pulling off consent, I'm just going to actually remove 16.1 from the agenda entirely, because that was essentially the backgrounder, there's a confidential backgrounder for 8.2. So we'll make that quick change. And that's the only change I know of, right, Cheryl? Okay, so can you make a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
That the April 6th, 2021 agenda be adopted as amended.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Wes can't log into Granicus, so just put your hand up for now, Wes, and we'll get it fixed. So he's in favor. Okay, next on our agenda is we have a we actually have two presentations for this part of the meeting. We have, to start us off with something kind of uplifting, we have Julia Sorensen joining us again. Is Julia online? There she is. Welcome back, Julia. So we are going to be declaring National Poetry Month today. And with that, Julia has prepared a poem for us. And I thought it was interesting. I was watching the news this morning and they showed how Broadway was letting back in some limited number of audience to bring the live stage back. And then in the same Global News broadcast, there was a story about a local emergency doctor down in Calgary who has taken some of his experiences through COVID and put them to song. So a lot of us are coping with COVID through the arts. And so that is one of the reasons St. Albert continues to be such a special place and why we continue to value the poet laureate position. And I think it's why we will always try to continue to proclaim National Poetry Month. So with that, Julia, I will turn it over to you.
Hi, thanks for having me. So the sound is okay? I'm going to ask this every time.
Oh, it's great.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. It's a real pleasure to accept the proclamation. I think that Poetry Month is a really important thing to have. It's really nice to have a more extended, more general community recognition of this art form and what it can do for us, and have that kind of consideration happen. In that same spirit, I thought that I would read a poem that I wrote mainly for myself, which is not something that I've really done at a council meeting yet, given that I've instead written poetry for specific events. This is, I would say a good representation of what I personally use the art form for, and I think that is, more in the vein of National Poetry Month. So I would love to share this poem with you. I wrote this poem in 3 chunks here, and when I say here, I mean in Edinburgh, Scotland, because I'm currently in Scotland temporarily and on a required basis to do my master's. And there's this really good walk that I do fairly often to a hill called Calton Hill. And I've been doing that over the season, like the season changing, different times of day, different weather. And it's a very meditative practice for me, I think. And so this poem and the 3 parts of this poem came about due to those walks. So the poem is called Climbing a Hill. 1. A container ship slips behind white brick, and you sleep in the arms of yourself. Yesterday. Him. Rain pours snow on the Pentlands, and you wake in the midst of someone else's heartbreak, thinking. The bridge to the west is finely visible, but its lights flash forth anyway. A girl in something else's skin stands in front of me, behind the year-round holly, and you nestle into the swade of a future, where I will be there with you, and living in the sorrows of others is not the only breath you will have to breathe in. Mine will be there, warm, instead. 2. The sunset shows itself to the hill, and you watch it on a melted day, dreaming of morning. 2 weeks ago, I thought I saw you and the snow standing under the awning, but neither of us are home right now, so it couldn't have been. One day I'll bring you here, and we will watch people scent this place like a festival and dissipate the moment by capturing it. Whether it's better for those on the cliff or in front of the camera won't ever be relevant, but when the ships glide by behind with their lights on, they'll be the only thing telling us where the sky is melting into the sea. They'll be saying, we're moving from one place to another, and neither will be home. 3. There's one light on in the castle as a girl's pink pom-pom resists the rain and stares down the barrel of the Portuguese cannon. Over there, the snow still balls in the dog's paws, but I am here watching daffodils bloom randomly. The clouds open to let some fire in. It sinks behind skyline cranes, later and later. 2 kids stand atop the portico where a month ago he and I couldn't keep the cherry lit. I only call them this because I am now a few years older and feeling different. Over where the mound called law rouses itself from the eastern heath, that heaven hole closes up, and I imagine everyone walking by me wants to say something without knowing which words I need. I dream about meeting whoever thought to plant that bulb before the winter hit, and in my mind I hear you. Hope you've met some kind of intimacy. Thank you very much for having me. It's always a pleasure, and also for giving me the opportunity to bare my soul a little bit more than usual in these meetings, given the occasion.
That was wonderful, Julia. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was really good. It was fantastic. I'm going to actually now read the proclamation. And since you're in Edinburgh, I think we're going to hand this over to the library after for them to keep. So here it is. Whereas the League of Canadian Poets established the month of April as National Poetry Month, and whereas National Poetry Month celebrates poetry, writing, and the contributions of poets and all writers to the identity and quality of life of our communities. And whereas National Poetry Month encourages all cities to spotlight local poets in a variety of ways. And whereas these initiatives also celebrate libraries and the work of municipal leaders to promote literacy, reading, culture, and the arts. And whereas poetry enhances and enriches the lives of all St. Albertans, and whereas poetry as an essential part of the arts and humanities affects every aspect of life, including education and community pride, and whereas poetry has inspired our local artists as we recognize St. Albert's Poet Laureate. And therefore, I, Kathy Heron, Mayor of the City of St. Albert, do hereby proclaim the month of April as National Poetry Month in the City of St. Albert's. There we go. Thanks, everyone. And thanks again for joining us. We'll have to keep drawing you back from Edinburgh, even virtually, for other events.
Perfect. It's great. Thank you so much.
We do have another registered speaker. I think she's got her camera on. You can see her on the screen. It's Lena Haley from the Cleo Collective. She, I believe, just had a very nice and pleasant meeting with the Community Service Advisory Committee, and it was suggested that she come and talk to council just a little bit about what the collective is doing. So Lena, you have 5 minutes. I'll turn it over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. It is a pleasure to be here with you all today.
So as Mayor Herron suggested, my name is Lena and I run a charity here in St. Albert called Kaleo Collective. And I just want to tell you a little bit about the work that we're doing here in St. Albert because it is so exciting. And I just wanted you to have an opportunity to learn a bit more about what's going on right here in our community. So Kaleo is a charity that empowers and equips single moms, and we help them to change their lives and in turn their children's lives. So we do that by focusing on the single mom as a whole woman. So we help provide support for her to get the psychological support through the Grief and Trauma Healing Center, which is a group of psychologists that specialize in the areas of loss and trauma and grief. So we recognize that every single mom has gone through some form of loss and her children as well. So we work with the Grief and Trauma Healing Center to provide that support so that she can heal from that loss and help her children heal from that loss and move forward in a really wholesome way. We also provide really practical life skills. So our single mom resource course is 8 weeks long and it focuses on budgeting and meal planning, creating healthy habits, creating creative memory making with your children. So we have 8 weeks worth of program that we do there that helps women get really well connected and also to learn those practical life skills just to make life a little bit easier for her and to make life happier for her children. So that is a little bit about some of the programs that we run. But one of the most important things that I wanted to share with you today that we do is that we provide a safe and welcoming community for women. And, you know, I guess, yes, I am 100% biased, but I will tell you that it is the most loving and supportive community of women that I have ever seen. You know, I don't want to speak out of turn, but like there have been no fights in our Facebook group with a couple hundred women. Like that is saying something. It is so supportive. They share their stories, they share their tips, they share resources, they share their goods, you know, clothing they swap amongst their families. It's a really beautiful community that we are growing here. We do serve mostly St. Albert women and children, but we do have women that will come from all over. And when we're running face-to-face programming, which of course we're not doing right now, but when we are, we've had women come from Sherwood Park and Spruce Grove and Stony Plain and any of the places that you could realistically travel within half an hour, 45 minutes. And when we pivoted to online, we actually get requests from all over the world. So women from Africa, from Mexico, from New York City and Los Angeles. There isn't another program that they have been able to find in their communities, and so they are accessing ours. So that's a bit about the work that we do. I just wanted to share it with you. I did have a presentation to the committee that works with the grants, and I'm hoping that in the fall you guys will see Kaleo come before you as a council to make some decisions for funding requests. And if anybody has any questions, I will take them now.
Perfect, thank you. So I will open it up to council for questions. Councillor Jolly, do you have any?
I don't know. It's a great presentation though. And thank you for going to the CSAC. That's really appreciated.
Yeah, that was helpful. Anyone in chambers have questions? All right, I'm seeing none. I think also Lena was instrumental in my first 2 years as mayor to help set up the mayor's prayer breakfast. So you might recognize her from that as well. So thank you again for doing that, Lena. You are a good community member. So we do look forward to seeing some grant application recommendations coming forward to us. Councillor Hughes, do you know when that might be? Is that the fall intake? Okay, all right, okay. All right, thank you very much, Lena. It's nice seeing you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Moving on does anyone have any questions or business arising from that presentation? Oh, go ahead, Councilor Broadhead.
Madam Mayor, just a question. Is somebody going to come set up Granicus for me?
Oh, yeah, so he needs to get logged in, I think. That's all.
There's no way for me to log in, so.
Somebody help Wes. Okay, we're going to get consent agenda. And there was nothing getting pulled from what I heard. I didn't want anything. No. So can I have a member council make a motion? Go ahead, Councillor Hughes. Thanks.
Sure. That the recommendations in the following agenda report be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes of March 15th, 2021, and special city council meeting of March 22nd, 2021. 7.1, appointment of the Environmental Advisory Committee. 7.2, Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee draft minutes and agenda items from March 8th, 2021. 8.2, approval of land acquisition for Fire Hall number 4 and future TOD site. And 9.2, bylaw 22/2021, Fire Hall Station 4 borrowing bylaw, first reading.
Excellent. All right. Call for the vote on that. All good? Pardon? He's in favor. Sorry. He's just been standing here waving. Yeah, in favor. Councillor Jolly, did you send in your vote? Is it in the chat or did you actually use a hand up?
No, Cheryl's just asked me to just message her directly, same as last time.
Got it? Okay. So voting's closed and I'm going to just predict that's unanimous. Okay, thanks. Moving on. Okay, so we approved the minutes from our regular council meeting on the 15th and the special council meeting we did on the 22nd. By the way, thanks everyone for coming to that 22nd meeting. I think we would have been having some long meetings if we hadn't called that second one. So appreciate you guys being flexible with your time. 7.1 was on consent and it was approval to the EAC. The Environmental Advisory Committee, and that name was not public until we actually made the motion and passed, so that we can congratulate Carly Serrell and she'll be taking over for somebody who had to resign. So thank you, Carly, for your time, and we'll get a letter out right away. The other thing that was on consent was all the unadopted draft minutes and the package from the Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting from March 8th. Next on the agenda is 7.3, the COVID-19 Recovery Task Force Business Resiliency Program. Kind of excited about this. And do we have Mike online to introduce this? There he is. Mike, take it away.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. With me today is Nicole Pearson, our Manager of Business Retention and Expansion. She'll be providing a presentation. I'll just give her a second here to get the presentation up on screen, and she'll be walking you through some of the feedback that we received through the Recovery Task Force and the survey we did, and the programs that have, the framework for some programs that have come out of it.
Perfect. So can everyone see the screen now?
We can, yes.
Great. So over the past month, we've been looking at a business resiliency program and developing one. One of the first things that we did is we actually did a survey with our businesses. And one of the questions that we asked in the survey was what their businesses' top priorities were for 2021. And from that survey, the top two things that businesses said is they're looking to increase marketing and promotional activities and increase online presence and activity. So based on those two things, we've actually developed a business resiliency program. With the program, there's three components. One is a granting program. The second thing is an online learning component. And the third thing is promotion of local businesses. With the grant program, businesses will have the option to apply for one of two grants, and they can only apply for one of the two, so they have a choice. The first one is a digital transformation grant, and the second one is a marketing grant. And the difference between the two grants is the maximum amount businesses can apply for and the application process. With the digital transformation grant, it will cover up to 50% of eligible costs to a maximum of $1,000 to develop the business's online presence. Businesses will complete a digital audit and digital transformation plan as part of the application process. And through those, the development of that, they'll get a bit of online learning. So some examples of eligible costs that they can apply for with the grant are website and or e-commerce development, search engine optimization assistance, search engine marketing, photography for their website or different components of their online, social media development or social media advertising, Google My Business Setup, or Google Analytics. So that's one of the two different grants they can apply for. The other one is a marketing grant, and it would cover eligible costs up to 50% to a maximum of $500. So it's half the amount of the other one. And it's for the creation of a marketing plan or marketing content that aims to drive cash flow to the business and supports overall recovery efforts. As part of the application process, businesses will provide a brief description of the proposed use of funds. So examples of eligible costs are professional fees related to the development of a marketing plan, graphic design, video production, brand development, marketing collateral development, and advertising costs. With it, we'll also be doing an online learning component. So businesses will have access to online learning to help them move their business forward by growing their online presence and developing their marketing skills. So some examples of the online courses that we'll offer are drafting a one-page marketing plan, how online analytics works, what is search engine optimization, digital marketing with paid channels, and getting started with social media. We'll also be looking at doing promotion of local businesses in partnership with the St. Albert Chamber of Commerce. We'll be hiring a marketing student who will be promoting all storefront St. Albert businesses online. So examples of initiatives that we'll do with them are sharing photos and video of local businesses on the Support St. Albert Facebook page and helping businesses develop profiles and or promotions that can be shared online. So that's the breakdown of our business resiliency program. And what we're recommending, and the recommended motion is that Council direct administration to establish a business resiliency program, fund it through the previously approved COVID-19 supports to a maximum of $100,000, and that administration use these funds to hire a marketing student to promote local businesses and develop a grant program where eligible businesses can either apply for a marketing grant to a maximum of $500 or a digital transformation grant to a maximum of $1,000 per eligible business. So is there any questions?
Thank you, Nicole. I'm sure there probably is some questions. Councillor Mackay has some. Go ahead, Ken.
Just for clarification, because I sit on the COVID recovery task force, and when we were discussing the program or establishing the program, we kind of talked about the marketing student or kind of that. I'm just curious as to whether that will delay the program as we wait to get access to a marketing student, or do you see that as being any challenge at all?
Mike or Nicole, which one of you wants to take that one?
Nicole, I'll defer to you on this one.
Okay. You know what, with the three different components, we'll actually be rolling them out at different times. So they won't be dependent. I think the first one that we'll be rolling out is the grant program, and we'll be rolling it out over the next couple weeks. And then we'll be looking to have the marketing student start around the beginning of May, and it'll also be offering online courses at that point.
Thanks. And for clarification too, and it didn't come up in your presentation, I was kind of waiting for it because we did talk about opportunities to work with, I can't remember if it was NAIT or if it was the U of A. It was around marketing and oh no, it was LinkedIn courses, pardon me. So the LinkedIn courses, and is that how we're going to be looking at delivering some of these courses? We're not going to be doing them in-house, correct?
No, we won't be developing the programs on our own. One of the professors at NAIT has actually recommended to us some of the online learning through LinkedIn Learning that he uses. And what we'll be doing is doing a checklist for businesses, so they'll be able to let us know what they want to learn, and then we'll be able to recommend courses accordingly.
And my last question, just for clarification, because you did touch on it. I mean, the $100,000 comes from the $1 million fund that we approved for COVID recovery and through Mr. Scoville, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Just a couple. So the funding for the marketing students also coming from the 100,000, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So the total amount we're giving out won't be 100,000 then maximum, because we'll have to pay for that. And it's just, I'm assuming the marketing students for 4 months, like it's a summer job is what I'm guessing, or is that the intention, or is it like ongoing?
No, the marketing student will be for the 4 months.
Okay. Okay, that was the first. And the second question was, when they apply for this, is it have to be, I guess what I'm wondering is the flexibility of the program. So I know you had, like, for example, graphic design. Now, do they have to hire a graphic designer, or could they use it for a subscription for Photoshop for a year, for example? Or like if you have marketing programs, do you have to hire somebody specific, or could you use a program like Placeit, which then you can put all your marketing into pre-made photos? So I'm wondering, just so any businesses that are looking, they made a clarification as to what they would be having for parameters.
I would say at this point, we have a framework in place, and that we would, spend some time sort of fleshing out those details in the coming weeks here.
Okay, you kind of broke up there. You want to say that one more time?
Oh, my apologies. I would say that, this we've presented today is a framework. So some of the finer details of the program will still have to be sorted out. But we can provide that detail in the coming weeks.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you had that or not, but that's going to be something that you probably do want to kind of flesh out, because there's a lot of alternatives for all these options that you can do for $15 or $20 a month. And if they had $1,000, they could use those and do a lot of the work themselves and acquire a lot more. Or if they were just use a graphic designer, they probably have like a much more limited number of things they can work on. So that's just something you need to kind of figure out what you're doing there. There was one more thing, and now and so you're saying that this program is going to go into effect at the end of April, or when can people start thinking that the details will be fleshed out and they can start applying?
Ms. Pearson, do you have an idea of range of the start of the program?
Yeah, so we're just working with legal to get the final requirements done, and it should be launched by the end of this month.
Okay, end of April, they should have it, and everything will be online for those type of details?
Yes, they will be.
Perfect, that's it, thank you.
All right, Cheryl, I don't have like the mayor's control of this, so I can't take people off, and Lena's still sitting there as a speaker. I see Councillor Mackay has. Go ahead, Ray.
So how long is this program going to run for?
There isn't a set time frame on here. I think really what we're looking to do is to leverage the dollars that have been set aside, and ideally try to use it all.
Okay, and then after the student is gone, who's going to do that role? Who's going to take care of that marketing? Because if it goes beyond 4 months, what's going to happen after the student goes back to school?
Do you want me to? So
don't know how to answer that one.
I can speak to that. And one of the things in our meetings was that the government is actually looking to roll out a program around the beginning of September. So that's one of the reasons why we looked at doing a summer student, because they'll be actually looking at rolling out some student help at that point.
Oh, okay, so hopefully by September, we'll be able to get some more student help to fill the role again. Because we don't want to throw $100,000 at something and then 4 months later, the person's gone and nobody's running the program and there's no marketing support. I guess that's my concern.
Councillor Jolly has your hand up in the chats. Go ahead.
Thank you. Bear with me. This is the very first time I've seen this stuff. So I guess my first question is kind of along the lines of Councillor Watkins. So why are we limiting ourselves to a student?
I think there was a sense that we could save costs that way. There's a certain efficiency to using some of the programs available. Sort of our best bang for buck. Okay, so we're not. Like, I love hiring students, but would the quality be kind of different if we hired someone with kind of more experience doing this, or? Ms. Pearson, I don't know, could you just maybe provide a little bit of extra detail on the third component of the program that leverages the student?
Yeah, so with the student, we've actually got also a marketing component that's going to happen in-house that our communications department is actually working on. So the student will actually be going around to help businesses kind of get started online and also promote the grant program so that businesses know that they can also apply to do some marketing on their own. So that student will be going around and taking photos on businesses and then sharing them on the community, the Support St. Albert community page will be predominantly their role.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, so in the backgrounder, it mentioned that these businesses have to demonstrate, or no, it didn't say, is there any kind of need for businesses to demonstrate financial need? Like I'm thinking Costco and Fire and Flower are not going to need this kind of help. So how is that being put into the program?
Which
Sorry.
one? That one.
You know what, I think Mike's frozen. You know what, we're in the process of actually just coming up with.
Yeah, I think Mike's totally, there we go. Go ahead, Nicole.
So we're just in the process of coming up with the requirements for it, but one of them is that we're looking at the number of employees, and based on the number of employees. One of the things that with this program we're looking to do is build resiliency. So knowing that even though they've done well over the past 6 months for some of those businesses, helping them knowing that they're going to need to transition to online if they haven't already done that, and working to build their online or their marketing.
So this is for small businesses.
Correct.
I think Kevin wants to jump in here too.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment that there's still a lot of details of the program to be worked out, but we've brought it forward for expediency. So we've brought it through the task force, and then of course the task force has recommended it to council. So it's a little bit of the what. There is a little bit of the how still to be developed by administration, and we recognize that going into it. But at the same time, we didn't want to take a number of months to develop a program. We want to get it out, get it launched, and get it active. And so we will be developing more of the details as we go here on the fly, so to speak.
That's helpful. Thank you. And I guess my last question is, why are we limiting ourselves to, is it what, $500 or $1,000? Like, is that going to be enough to make a difference?
Apologies for the internet connection issues earlier. I would say part of that is really around we wanted to sort of make sure that we were providing enough dollars to make sure that we could sort of help empower and provide sort of some tools that could, you know, provide long-term resiliency. So things around learning and education, technology, and tools like that would sort of be a small amount that we could provide to a sort of a broad group of businesses, rather than making sort of very large programs that would sort of benefit very few businesses.
Okay, so we think the small amounts will make a difference. That's
to a broad audience, yes, a broad, you know, group of businesses. I think some of it too was you know, when we had done some research looking at best practices around the region as well as across the country. You know, that was sort of the range that we saw that was fairly common. Okay,
thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, I was going to say that same thing, Mike. We looked at what Leduc was doing and what Grand Prairie was doing in Fort Saskatchewan, and I think Kevin's right. We started this conversation in early February at the task force, and we were like, we're the last out of the gate as a municipality to offer our program, and it's time to help our businesses. So, yeah, some of the details might not be as refined as we might like, but we felt the need to step up now because businesses are hurting now instead of in August.
Yeah, thank you. And I understand that, Mayor. I just thought that there was no policy yet. So the presentation was just a bit surprising is all.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's kind of what the motion is, to go out and do it. So I have no more questions that I can see. So Ken, do you want to make the motion?
Yeah, I will. That council direct administration to establish a business resiliency program funded through the previously approved COVID-19 supports to a maximum of $100,000, and that administration use these funds to hire a marketing student to promote local businesses and develop a grant program where eligible businesses can either apply for a marketing grant to a maximum of $500 or a digital transformation grant to a maximum of $1,000 per eligible business.
Thank you for that. I will accept that motion. Go ahead with some opening comments.
Yeah, great questions. I'm certainly reflected in the discussions around the table with the task force. And I think that one of the kind of gaps that we were finding as task force members was as we were trying to find out how we could assist businesses. And there are other programs that or other opportunities that we're going to look at also around our social partners and assisting with them. And maybe even as we roll this program out, there may be some opportunity to actually move some of our social programs for, that may require similar assistance in as we kind of start to roll out the grant program, see what it looks like. As we said, we're kind of rolling this out without all of the information in front of us, but one of the things that we did hear back from our business community was consistently that lack of help around online presence and marketing promotion. And I think that one of the other factors that we were able to find was a lot of the bigger businesses, well, that's already part of their business and they're not requiring the assistance, but our local smaller businesses really need that. And we all know that you need an online presence now in a COVID world and probably moving forward into a post-COVID world. So I think this is a great start. It's a great initiative. And as Mayor Herron said, it's already up and running in several of our communities across Alberta and indeed Canada. So on behalf of the task force, we hope for your approval.
All right. Any more members of council have any comments? Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I think that if this event ever replicates itself in the future, that we should put the council of the day and the city manager of the day should put this forward immediately, because it's good. It's a year late from ideal timing, I think, to get it going. And also that when the administration, when you go to evaluate the program, it would be useful to know if the amount that we're allocating right now is sufficient. I mean, I think it's a little low, just based on the fact that I've owned a few businesses and even put things online costs quite a bit of money, especially if you're hiring professional help and not doing it yourself. So I'm just curious as to when it comes back, how much they were actually able to utilize to maximize those dollars to make something proficient, or how much that total budget that it cost them to, if they had to do any conversions, this actually played into it, I guess. Obviously, we don't think we're going to pay for the whole thing, but just how much of a dent it actually made in their final budgeting to make such a large conversion over. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more hands up. Councillor Jolly is good. Okay. I agree with you, Councillor Hughes, that we should do it right away, but honestly, we talked about it at the Recovery Task Force, and we were looking at Leduc had a program that they were actually offering accounting services to help the businesses navigate some of the federal and provincial programs, et cetera. And so that was one of the first ones out, and everybody was really appreciative, and I'm glad we didn't do it. I'm glad we actually talked to our businesses and asked them where they want help. And so it took us a little bit more time, but I think we got the right program. So that's, I think, and if there's another crisis like we're in the middle of today, I don't know if these programs would be the right solution to that crisis. So it's kind of hard. I do agree that it's a bit late, but we're getting it done now. So, and I would like to say to Mike and Nicole, I was just really glad to see in the background some renewed attention to the beautification program, because that's in the budget, and I think that will also help our businesses as well. So yeah, I think we need to just really market that from the city's point of view. So Councillor McKay, to close.
No, I don't have anything. That was a good closing argument and comments, and I can't disagree with Councillor Hughes. I would have liked to have had something up and running and faster, but I guess in some sense, as you've mentioned, Mayor Herron, at least we have some programs that we can look at as best practice and actually build off of them. So I'm also looking for some feedback as to how this looks, because like you again, Councillor Hughes, I don't think $100,000 is enough, but it's a starting point. And I think it's necessary at least to get moving and see where we can help and then make the adjustments on the go. Anyways, that's it.
Yeah, I'll point out I think it was Grand Prairie had a marketing program and they started with 50 and they're about the same size as us, and they actually increased it to 75. So we're even higher than that. So we'll hopefully we have kind of guessed how much this will be used. All right, call for the vote. Voting is closed and that passes unanimously. Next on our agenda is the service and service levels inventory annual update. And I have Daria down to present it. Daria,
Hello, I'm here.
Hi.
So yes, I'm here to present the annual update to our services and service level inventory. As council may know, the inventory outlines day-to-day services provided to community and associated service levels. The inventory is used as a basis for development of the proposed budget as per council policy on budget and taxation guiding principles. And we also use the inventory for department business planning. As well as to inform business decisions to ensure that we have alignment with council direction and community expectations. So the inventory that you received today includes changes that were made based on council motions and direction in 2019 and 2020. Last year, we did not bring inventory to council because we had some of our resources helping out in different areas. So we're bringing 2 years worth of updates to you today. And we also made some small changes to wording just to make sure that wording is clear, and we clarified a few areas in the inventory. We also had EY do review of our inventory as part of the operational and fiscal review, and they confirmed that the City of St. Albert provides mandatory, critical, and non-mandatory traditional services that are usually provided by municipalities, and that we don't provide any services that other municipalities of our size do not provide. They did identify some opportunities to optimize services that we provide, as well as to explore delivery models, but the review is not completed yet, and some of those require council direction, so those opportunities are not reflected in the inventory. Sorry. So we're looking for council's approval of the updated inventory that will replace the current attachment in the policy. And any changes in the future to services and service levels would be done through separate reports that will be brought forward to council, or through budget business cases during the proposed budget process. So that's all I have for you today. I will take any questions that council may have.
All right, thank you. Who wants to start? Oh, by the way, the summary attachment was awesome. So thank you for that. So
that's good.
And the rationale behind all the changes. So I had a couple.
Yeah, we automated the process. So we're not doing a red line version anymore. So that's what council can expect from us moving forward.
I'll start. And I don't know, Kevin, if you've got staff here. None of my questions are deal changers, and I'll be supporting the motion, but I just was kind of curious. So on page 130 of our package, which is summary page, it's page 14 of the summary document, the business event hosting hosts a signature event annually that aligns with the city brand. I don't even know what that is, but it's been removed. So was that like the business breakfast that we used to do? Yeah. And again, I can send these in and get answers later. It's not going to hold up my vote. I don't want to see the business breakfast canceled. I mean, it was canceled this year because of COVID, but.
Yeah, I'm trying to work with my memory here. So I think information request would work better. And I think that Mike is not online anymore, but I'm thinking it's a different event, but I think information request would probably be better.
Councillor Hughes thinks it might be dig in.
Yeah, I think so too, but I don't.
Good one, because that was run through ACTEP. Yeah. There was also D 4.7, the community events grant. We canceled the community events grant? Isn't CSAC still doing that? I'm looking at you, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's, according to this, it's been removed from the inventory. The program ran its course and funding was not extended.
This is news to me. I thought we
It was news to
just
me.
met about this a couple weeks ago. Like I met with CSAC and we did some kind of grant thing for this with events.
Okay. Well, it says it's canceled here. We might need an answer to that one, Kevin. Thank you.
Yeah, we can confirm it, but I believe that is like the dig in and stuff like that. Like
Yes.
that's not a community services, that's more of an ACTEV thing there. So, but we can follow up on that one
Okay.
as well.
For the, just a question, for the peace officer side of it, the bylaw and provincial act enforcement F 2.1 B and C, I'm just wondering why we even need to include the ratio of officers to population, because it doesn't mention what we're striving towards. So why even mention the ratio?
Well, just from the perspective of reflecting what we currently deliver to community, we try to include up-to-date information. So that's the reason behind it, rather than what we're aiming to get to. So it's historically what we included.
Okay. I also was confused when we talked about the RCMP. You talk about all the different units, victim services unit, crime reduction unit, drug enforcement, but it says the same proposed level of service. So I don't even know why you divide out those units, because it's the exact same wording in every one of them. So kind of redundant.
Okay.
And then the only other one that I really was kind of interested in was page 138 of our document, or page 22 of the summary of changes, was about the BMX park. So we removed any services offered by the library because the city doesn't offer the services, but we didn't remove the BMX stuff, even though the city is not offering BMX services. And I also question that it is available for spontaneous use, because it is not available for spontaneous use. Our BMX park is run by a third party, and just go there and ride. So it's not for spontaneous use. Unless I've got something wrong. I don't know if there's anyone from recreation here, but.
No, you're right, because people have complained to us that
Yeah,
they didn't want it.
So we might want to.
Oh, there's Diane.
Good afternoon, Council. Due to Mayor Herron, I can answer that really quickly. So the way it's laid out in the document is a little bit confusing. So there's two types of bike parks. The BMX one, which is a nonprofit group, which has a leased facility. The other one is city operated bike park. So we've added this in to address LaChance Park, where we have the new bike bumps, and where we're adding that to new park amenities. So it's two different service levels. I think the way it's articulated in this particular document is a little bit confusing. So we can work on cleaning that up a little bit.
Okay. And now that you say that, it's kind of, you've added in public LaChance kind of.
Right. And that's where the spontaneous comes in. Okay. So that's a LaChance at the public parks, where we have the bike bumps and the little bike amenities, and the BMX park is a separate service level. And you're right, is operated by a nonprofit.
Okay. Diane, while you're there, we were talking about skating amenities. What is a portable skating amenity?
That is, so the skate park, we bought skate ramps, a portable skate park features that we can put up in the community as well. So that's what that is.
I was thinking ice skating. I'm like, how are you going to portable an ice rink? That makes sense. Carrie?
I'm just going to go back to the community event cancellation and grants. That is actually the athletes and artists funding that was not approved. That was taken out of the budget for 2021 and will be getting rescinded at the next council meeting.
I do remember reading that one, Carrie, but it was somewhere else.
Was it? Because I believe that was the one that we are moving forward with. So anyways, if we'll get that cleaned up.
Okay. That might be just a different grant because the community events grant is well used and well loved in this community.
No, I don't believe that's the one we were getting rid of. It was the athletes and
All
artists.
right.
one.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not that I've received too many requests for this personally, but on occasion, there's a request for a commemorative bench being installed. It indicates here that it's going to get rolled into another program. Can you describe that at all, or where that's going to land?
Good question.
Page 20.
Through the chair, through the chair to Councillor Broadhead. I can answer that question briefly. So again, I think it's just a cleanup of what's in the document here. We're not removing the commemorative bench program. We will still be offering that program. We're just rolling it into a different service area. So it says here it's being removed. It was not removed. It's just aligned into another service area.
Yep, fair enough. Thank you.
Good question. Kim Kai.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I actually identified the one with the police officers as well. And I was thinking along the lines of what you mentioned with the library and the separation. And I was wondering, I mean, because I've heard a couple times in the presentation that we're trying to clean it up or tidy it up, or and I just think there's too much information, and I just don't think we need to break that up. So I guess the second question part, I guess the part of the question would be, and Daria, you mentioned it in your, just as you were wrapping up, you said that if there are amendments or changes throughout the year, we can just bring them as one-offs or something to that. And if I said that wrong, then correct me, please. But I'm just wondering, if we did note something somewhere along the way, would we have to wait until we went through this review process again? Because I realized last year was totally a different situation. But so how would we make adjustments or amendments or the like in the current document?
So if comments and feedback from council is more around the level of information that we share or how inventory is documented, you can forward that anytime. If we're changing the actual services that city delivers and service levels, then we would require the formal council motion to make those changes. So that would come anytime throughout the year. A director would bring forward a separate report, or we can bring forward the business case during the budget process. But that's only if we're actually changing services or service levels that we're providing. But some of the comments at the level of detail, council can share with us at any time, and we can take a look and incorporate as appropriate.
I mean, it's not harming anything. It's just taking up more space, and I don't find it useful or relevant other than potentially the authorized numbers. And if you, as you know, we used to call it COP per pop, the population figures. I mean, that's part of the long-term department plan target, and you could identify that out separately and just say as per that. And then I think you could literally lose, 90% of the information in here, because I mean, really, it's pretty redundant and just repetitive, in my opinion.
Unless you wanted to actually say how many RCMP officers you had in each unit, that would make sense.
Well, you could even do that by cleaning it up, but I mean, it's repetitive in the sense, but I mean, again, is it council that sets how many RCMP are there, or is that an operational decision made by the inspector? But we don't determine how many people are in traffic.
No.
We don't determine how many people are in community services. So I'm just saying that's an RCMP policing committee potentially discussion. So why would we have it in our service inventory?
Yeah, next time it comes back, you could just say, policing services, we offer these units, and this is how many officers we have. It would be one line.
Yeah, I just think we could clean it up, that's all.
Councillor Hughes.
This isn't directly related to a line item, but since I have you guys here and we're talking about it, Councillor Broadhead inspired me. When you go on the Red Willow Trail and you're heading towards Lions Park, right across from Lions Park on the trail, there's those pillars and some like a little, it's right by the river, and they have like some pillars and then, I don't know, some other little thingy. And some of the pillars have commemorative plaques on them, looks like from specific families. So what I'm wondering is, do people pay to get them on there, or do they get nominated, or because there's a lot of blank slates on those pillars. So I'm just wondering what the process is to actually fill them up.
I think that might be a good IR.
I could put that as an IR.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
If they don't know, but that's because I'm thinking that it's been there for so long. We should have.
I'll have to go look at it.
We should have more stuff there by now, right? So either we need to like advertise it more or figure out what the criteria is to put some more names on there. I don't want my name on there. I think you have to be dead
if you could
first.
send that in as
I will.
IR, yeah,
Okay,
because
thank
I don't
you.
think if somebody here can answer that.
That's no problem. Okay.
All right. And I see nothing from Councillor Jolly. All right, who wants to put the motion on the floor? I'll just pick somebody. Ray's going to do it. Oh, go ahead, Sheena. Thanks.
Sure, I got it in front of me. That the updated services and service levels inventory provided as an attachment to the April 6, 2021 agenda report entitled Service and Service Level Inventory Annual Update be approved. That the approved update version of Service and Service Levels Inventory replace the version currently attached to Council Policy CFS05 Budget and Taxation Guiding Principles, and that the CAO be directed to bring to Council any recommended changes to service and service levels prior to the development of the proposed budget for 2022 or as part of the proposed budget.
Awesome. Any opening comments, Councillor Hughes?
We get this annually. I think that the feedback has been useful, that the council's brought it today. And I know that in the operational review, the Ernst & Young, I really appreciated what we had done. Like it made it a lot clearer as to whether what we've provided is the same or higher or different than other levels. So having this gives us at least a benchmark each year as to where we're at, and just lets us know what's happening with it. So it's just another well done, Daria. This is a lot of to update. That's it.
Thank you.
Awesome. Anyone else? All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that motion passes unanimously. Sorry, the next thing on the agenda was on consent, so I'll read the motion. It was that council approved the acquisition of a parcel of land consisting of approximately 17.3 acres immediately to the north of the alignment of Fowler Way west of St. Albert Trail for a purchase price of $2.55 million upon contractual terms and conditions satisfactory to the Chief Administrative Officer. That was on consent. Mr. Scoble, I don't know why this always bugs me, but we are in Canada, we need metrics, not empirical. So it's in acres and not hectares, and it bugs me. Just something that always in the future. All right. Okay, we are on to the next thing. We should have put this on consent, Mr. Scoble. This is the strat plan and the corporate business plan, which I'm supposed to present. And so is Kevin, and we haven't prepared anything. That's okay. You guys were all there for strategic planning. The staff took away our comments and our conversations, and essentially our strategic plan is very much the same plan that the 7 of us developed in January of 2018, shortly after we were elected. And I think that means a lot. I think it says a lot that we've stuck to this plan consistently for the whole 4 years. There's a lot of work that a municipality has to do, and you can't do it in 1 year. So you need a strat plan that lasts the entire term. You will notice that we did add a strategic priority number 7, which is called community recovery post-COVID-19. And so this reads through the recovery task force. develop the city's recovery conceptual plan, and to provide recommendations to council on the ways the city can assist residents, community partners, and businesses to recover from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Can't be blamed for in January of 18 not putting that in our plan, who would have predicted? So does anyone have any questions about the changes to the strat plan? And then I'll turn it over to Kevin for, you're good, Councillor Jolly? Okay, Kevin, you want to talk about the corporate business plan?
Thank you. Likewise, I'll be brief here. Again, it's really just a tweaking of the corporate business plan to just kind of reflect what's happened in the past year and some new opportunities. So the vast majority of the corporate business plan remains the same. That said, we have struck the value proposition initiative, and it's incorporated into other initiatives within the economic development strategic. So it's not gone, it's just part of another program. In terms of economic development, strategic priority number 2, we've added explore items for business incentive programs with the Recovery Task Force leading that. We just approved one of those, or council just approved one of those this evening. We're looking at assessing delivery of economic development related services to new and existing businesses in St. Albert to identify redundancies and gaps that may exist that we can address to be more efficient with a more concerted effort within the community here. And then focus on regional and sub-regional economic development. So there's some work underway in that area, which we expect a public announcement on in the next couple of weeks here.
Excellent, thank you.
Shortly, we're just again taking the community amenities need assessment to the next level this year with community engagement with the project approved by council and completing the energy corporation feasibility. So everything else that's in the plan remains the same with those amendments this year.
Any questions for Mr. Scoble? Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Sorry, Mr. Scoble, just a clarification in relation to your second bullet around the projects. The Regional Partnership for Recreational Service Delivery is, sorry, are we, he just put me off there.
He just wants to stand up.
I thought he was coming for me or yeah, sorry that you have such a bad back. Is that part of, so is the operational fiscal review recommendation, is that coming back to us soon, or have we already had that piece? No, so that's going to be something that's coming in the future. All right, thanks.
In June? May or June?
A little sooner than that, I believe in May. Yeah.
Yeah, May, okay.
Yeah, well, then I won't get into too much detail, obviously, in relation to that, and I'll probably have some questions, obviously, then. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Watkins, you ready to make a motion? Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor. That the updated version of Council Policy C-CG-02, City of St. Albert Council Strategic Plan, provided as an attachment to the April 6, 2021 agenda report entitled Council Strategic Plan, Update and Updated Corporate Business Plan be approved. And 2, that the Corporate Business Plan 2021 to 2022 provided as an attachment to the April 6, 2021 agenda report entitled Council Strategic Plan Update and Updated Corporate Business Plan be received as information.
Excellent. Any opening comments?
Well, we all know we went through the strat plan a few days on doing it, and as Kevin stated, there's really only changes that's related to COVID issues. And I also like to echo the mayor's comments that it's good that we stuck with this for 4 years and we pretty much stayed on track with what we were trying to get done.
Yeah. Anyone else? I think because we had one plan and stuck to it, we got a lot done. I think we got a lot done this term. But there's still more time to get more stuff done. All right, calling for the vote. Oh, that passes unanimously. Sorry, Cheryl. We're on to offsite levies. The bylaw 13. And is Tanya with us? There she is. Hi, Tanya. And you're muted.
I hit the button. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
Screen 2. Okay, we should be good. Can everybody see that?
We can now, yep.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Tanya Hines. I'm the supervisor of long-term engineering. I'm here to recommend to council the second and third reading of bylaw 13/2001. If you just hold on one sec, I'm having a little problem with my regular screen here. There we go. Okay, sorry. And this bylaw was read first time on March 15th, 2021. Today, I would like to discuss the functionality of St. Albert's offsite levy model, 2 significant changes introduced into the model this year and how that impacted the rate calculations. Then we're going to discuss any project updates or changes that impacted the 2021 update and planning upcoming plans for 2021. Okay, so why do we have offsite levies? The MGA allows a council to impose the payment of an offsite levy in respect of land that is to be developed or subdivided. This allows municipalities through bylaw to collect offsite levies and reimburse front-ending parties for the capital costs of new or expanded facilities to accommodate growth. St. Albert adopted its offsite levy bylaw after the 2007 annexation for a number of reasons. The existing municipal infrastructure was reviewed at that time, and it revealed that there wasn't enough capacity in the existing system to support growth in the annex lands, and the base level infrastructure needed to be expanded. When the cost of that required infrastructure was assessed, the city concluded that the costs were too high for either the city or landowners and developers to handle alone. So all parties agreed that constructing the infrastructure was a shared responsibility. So they worked together to develop the offsite levy program and bylaw. So after extensive consultation and negotiations, it was agreed the imposition of an offsite levy bylaw was an appropriate vehicle to ensure the widespread and equitable participation in the payment of the cost providing the new infrastructure. St. Albert's offsite levy program has particular benefiting lands and specific growth projects for roadways, water, sanitary, and storm. There are a few basic principles that guide the collection of offsite levies. First, a council has to pass a bylaw for collecting offsite levies, and the levies that we have currently in our bylaw are collected for sanitary, stormwater, water, and transportation projects. And the collected levies are used to pay for all or part of the capital cost of these facilities or the land required for any of these projects. We use stakeholder consultation and long-term planning documents such as the city's utility and transportation master plans to help determine offsite projects and costs. And the offsite levies are allocated based on the principle of benefiting parties, and rates are determined on a proportionate share of each project's cost. There are a number of factors which will impact offsite levy rates. These include construction and land costs, the amount of net development area available, timing of development, interest rates, the number of front-ended projects being considered, and finally, the number of projects needed to support growth and development. Under the city's offsite levy bylaw, the offsite levy projects and rates must be reviewed no less than every 3rd year. However, the offsite levy model and rates are updated annually in order to prepare the offsite levy annual report for council. This annual report details what infrastructure has been constructed, the cost of that construction, estimated construction costs for the infrastructure that it still has to be built, front-ending party payments, and the amount of offsite levies collected and amounts of any offsite levy reserves. This year, we had first reading of the proposed offsite levy bylaw amendment, and that was presented to council on March 15th. The city's offsite levy bylaw states that all undeveloped lands are subject to offsite levies regardless of whether it's to be developed for commercial, industrial, institutional, community, or residential uses. During the bylaw's development, it was decided that a flat rate for intensity would be applied to all developable lands with the exception of lands to be dedicated for arterial roads, environmental reserve, and municipal reserve. And at the request of the development community, the city also removed the lands to be dedicated as stormwater PULs. When project costs are first established, the city relies on the estimates that are provided in the UMP and the TMP. And over time, as new or more detailed project information is obtained, those costs are refined. The cost calculation will include 15% for contingency, 15% for engineering, and estimates land cost to be about $300,000 per hectare. And in 2021, the city is committed to completing a review of project estimates, and we want to ensure that we have the best available information included in the model. So some of the highlights for 2021 were that the new rates provide an update for the realized construction costs in 2020. The new rates include some updated project cost estimates based on some pre-design and design work. We estimate reserve balance will earn an interest rate of about 1.22% this year, and reserve shortfall will be charged an interest rate of 2.03%. We're going to discuss one of the significant changes being included in this year's update. So for 2021, the update was prepared using an updated version of the Corvus offsite levy model. So as you all know, the city submitted an annexation application to the province, and as part of the annexation analysis, a newer version of the offsite levy model was provided to the city. So we decided to move to the new model for two reasons. Firstly, it doesn't appear the annexation will be disputed, and if the annexation is approved, this model can be used to easily incorporate any new lands and new projects within the city boundary. Secondly, it incorporates a development timeframe of 25 years, which is in line with what other municipalities use, and the city's first model has always been based on a 35-year development timeframe. And what the new model does not do anymore is it doesn't assume that all infrastructure will be built immediately, all lands will be developed immediately, and all of the required offsite levies will be collected immediately. So it introduces the concept of staging and a staging cost adjustment, and we're going to talk about that next. So St. Albert's offsite levy model contains 42 benefiting basins. There is no change to this aspect of the model. However, Area 11 was divided into 3 reference areas to address some changes to servicing plans in that area. And we were able to use some unused reference areas from the existing model to accommodate this. The offsite levy bylaw was originally developed based on the idea that it would take 35 years to develop all of the lands contained within the current city boundary. And since the bylaw has been in effect for more than 10 years, it would be acceptable to continue that assumption. So if one considers that the offsite levy bylaw has been in effect for that long, it would be reasonable to assume that by including all of the remaining developable lands within the 25-year development timeframe, it is anticipated the lands within the current boundary will be developed about 35 years after the city adopted the original model. So in the new offsite levy and what is included in the offsite levy bylaw update being presented to council, all lands within the current boundary will be included to be developed by 2045. So that's within 25 years of this year. And lands will stay as allocated until we receive an updated utility master plan or some other public planning documents that indicate the pace of development for an area within our existing boundary is changing. All remaining net developable area is assigned a projected year of development in the offsite levy model. So planning assists in providing this estimate, which is updated annually. They look at which approved subdivisions executed development agreements that year, and then they consider when they expect other approved subdivisions to start construction. They consider redistricting applications, which may be in process or recently approved. They'll look at whether an area is part of an approved area structure plan or if there's a pending ASP application coming forward. And finally, they'll look at the long-term planning growth scenarios to best predict when and where development will occur. And we do recognize that the accuracy of estimation for timing of development deteriorates as the process can take on a bit of a best guess scenario the further into the future you plan. So this is why it's important to look at these numbers annually to update them with new data as it is obtained. The city of St. Albert was one of the first municipalities to adopt the Corvus model and was based on a 35-year development timeframe because it was felt it would take that amount of time to develop those lands. And this meant that the full cost of the developer share of the offsite levy project was included in the offsite levy rates. As other municipalities that adopted the Corvus model, most use a 25-year development timeframe, as it is felt that is more reasonable approach is to focus developer costs today more on the infrastructure that benefits development today and less so on infrastructure that will be built in the future. So in addition to considering what lands will be developed and when, staging also factors in when infrastructure is going to be built. So the current offsite levy rates, the rates calculated before staging is applied, assume all of the offsite levy infrastructure projects will be built immediately and all lands will be developed immediately, and therefore all of the required offsite levies required to pay for that infrastructure will be collected. However, this isn't really reflective of how development actually occurs. So what staging does is it divides the cost of a project by 25 years and calculates an annual project cost. The model then includes a pro rata amount in current rates based on the project's planned year of construction. So for example, in the 25-year time frame, from 2021 to 2045, if a project is planned to be constructed in 2040, then the calculator would include 6 years worth of cost for that project in today's rates. As the development timeframe extends out further, in subsequent years, in the year the project's construction approaches, the amount included in the rates changes and more project costs are gradually entered into the rates. So in the previous slide, I mentioned project A would contain 6 years worth of the project's annual costs. 5 years from now, project A would include 11 years worth of costs in the offsite levy rates. So if a project is constructed though, all of the costs are included in the rates, regardless of when land is developed. This means a constructed project should not take longer than 25 years to recover its project costs, based on the assumption that all lands contributing to that project are developed within that time frame. The offsite levy model contains a staging adjustment. This adjusts offsite levy rates by taking into account inflation, when projects will be constructed, when levies will be collected, and interest impacts on reserve accounts. At times, offsite levy reserves will not be sufficient to fund the project construction. So during these times, front-ending projects will be required. When the reserve balance is in a positive position, it earns interest. And when the reserve balance is negative, the reserve is charged interest. So the staging cost adjustment determines how much the rates have to be adjusted to deal with the impacts of staging, so that at the end of the 25-year development timeframe, the reserve balances are at zero. And sometimes the staging adjustment will result in levies increasing in some categories and decreasing in others. So moving to the 25-year development timeframe may initially cause some rates to fluctuate, but it does give the opportunity to collect all of the project costs within that 25-year timeframe, rather than continuing to spread that cost out over time. And this has been something the development community has mentioned. They feel frustrated because it does take a long time to get completed projects off of the books. There are 4 sources of funding that might contribute to the cost of an offsite levy project. With some projects, if there is an overall benefit to the city, which isn't necessarily linked to growth, the city may pay a proportionate share of the project's cost. There are also instances where a project may be built with excess capacity and the lands benefiting from the excess capacity are located outside of the city boundary. When moving forward to construct these projects, it's important to plan for how that share of the project's costs will be collected. So we can address this through an intermunicipal offsite levy bylaw, servicing agreements with adjacent municipalities, or annexation of those lands. Any lands and their proportionate share of a project's costs within this category that are annexed into the city would be reallocated into the next 2 categories. So that's the developer share beyond 25 years and the offsite levy development, current developer share. Moving to a 25-year development timeframe for calculating levies does increase risk to the city, as the model is underfunded until all lands are developed and project costs are collected. Risk can be mitigated by continuing to update the model annually and by not approving construction of projects that are not within the 25-year development timeframe, unless the offsite levy bylaw is updated to include those project costs within the levy rate calculation. Risk can also be reduced by ensuring agreements are in place or obtained from any excess capacity projects. And we do want to talk about the projects themselves. So no additional sanitary infrastructure projects were added for 2021. The bylaw currently includes 12 active projects. Based on detailed design, the estimated project cost for sanitary project 8 increased by $2.5 million, and other projects saw incremental increases in project costs, and another project cost decreased due to receipt of an outstanding developer contribution. These influences, as well as the new calculation of offsite levy rates, resulted in varied changes to the sanitation offsite levy. Currently, we have $51.8 million remaining to be collected for sanitary offsite levies, and of that, $50.2 million is within the current 25-year development timeframe. No additional stormwater infrastructure projects were added for 2021. The bylaw currently includes 10 active projects. Based on a pre-design report, the estimated project cost for Stormwater Project 5, which is the Northeast Storm Trunk, increased by $8.6 million. The proposed timing for construction for projects of the Northwest Storm Trunk outfalls, which is projects 1 to 4, resulted in significant decreases to current offsite levy rates for those projects, as a large portion of the project cost has been allocated to development beyond 25 years. And these changes have a strong impact on the stormwater offsite levy. And currently, of the $40.6 million remaining to be collected for stormwater levies, only $22.2 million is within the 25-year development timeframe. No additional water infrastructure projects were added for 2021. We currently have 15 projects, and the new calculation for rates has resulted in a significant decrease to the water offsite levy. And we actually have a reserve balance of $14 million for water levies. I think I skipped. Sorry. Currently, we have $73.7 million remaining to be collected for offsite levies or water, excuse me. Of that, $45.7 million is within the current 25-year development timeframe. We didn't have any additional transportation projects added for 2021. However, Project 11, which is Giroux Road West from the western city limits to Ray Gibbon Drive, had project costs reassociated with it, as portions of this road are planned to be upgraded and expanded to service the Range Road 260 area structure plan. And the bylaw currently includes 34 transportation projects for roadways and intersections. The reinstatement of project costs for Project 11, the city taking out a $4.5 million debenture for St. Albert Trail, and increases in costs for completed work for other projects under construction, and the new calculation for levies did result in a moderate increase to the transportation levy. Currently, of the $149.9 million remaining to be collected for transportation offsite levies, $134 million is within the current 25-year development timeframe. There has been considerable front-ending completed on transportation projects, and so overall $130 million has been spent, and the offsite levy share of that work is included in this rate. So combined offsite levies for sanitary, stormwater, and transportation are different for each property, depending on the sanitary and storm basins. In 2020, combined offsite levies for all properties ranged from just over $232,000 to $412,000 per hectare, with an average of about $314,000 per hectare. So this year, the proposed combined offsite levy for all properties ranged from just over $210,000 per hectare to $325,000. And that's an average of about $286,500 per hectare. So on average, that is a 12.25% decrease for proposed offsite levies from 2020. So that's a decrease of about $38,000. Some of our plans for 2021 include getting the offsite levy working group off the ground and working together to ensure our program is taking into consideration developer concerns and finding ways to improve the overall program. We're hoping to look at the offsetting policy and determine if there's any updates and improvements that can be implemented to it. And we want to take a close look at the transportation projects to ensure cost developers have been recovering are still supported by the group. So we can also investigate the option of creating a two-tier system for some roads and intersections if there is interest. We've also had a request to add Villeneuve Road as a project. And so this has led to a bigger discussion on how we want to address roads identified as connectors under complete streets that have not been previously identified as offsite levy projects. And our utilities department is also beginning to start work on reviewing aspects of their master planning documents, and engineering will be a stakeholder in those reviews. Thank you for allowing me to present at council today. I know that was a lot of information and I tried to go through it pretty quick. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Tanya. And I'll thank you, Councillor Jolly just pointed out to me that you use hectares instead of acres.
I'm going to
buddy.
stop sharing my screen if I can.
And you know what, you did go through it fast and there's a lot of stuff there. So I think that's why it was so important that council had that workshop a month or so ago, so we could actually sit down and slowly go over this. And now it's in front of us. So I'm going to open it up for questions. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thank you, Tanya. Gosh, am I ever glad we have people like you that know how to do this, because wow. I just want to go to one of your last slides in relation to the infrastructure projects working group and kind of the makeup. So how are they selected? Is it so UDI identifies their three? What about the non-UDI person? How are they selected, or is that something that city administration does, or are we just basically hands off?
No, so honestly, we've only sort of had one person or one group that was non-UDI member that had shown interest in joining the group. And so they got to pick, UDI selects their own three representatives. And so if we had multiple non-UDI members, I guess we would probably put the same thing to them, where they would have to determine who was the voting member for that group.
So that you're voting, just as a good segue then, how do I like voting on what? Is it a simple majority? Is it weighted? Voting, I mean, you say so, in the end of the paragraph, working group cannot direct any city work, but so what are they actually inputting then?
So the working group is intended to act as a place where we can sort of brainstorm different ideas and test them, see if what people are suggesting, if they'll work. Then if the working group wants to bring it forth, what would happen is administration would take it to executive leadership team for review and approval. And then if they supported it, then that would come to council for some kind of adoption or presentation. So it's a working group to see if we can improve the program, but it doesn't determine the offsite levy program. That ultimately rests with council.
All right. I mean, I think it's a great idea. I mean, you want to engage stakeholders. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. And I applaud administration for reaching out to other stakeholders on it, but I'm just more concerned around influence and the dynamics that potentially could be there. I mean, you know, we say you can't direct any work, but I'm sure they will try to influence it. So I'm just wondering to make sure that they're like what safeguards are in place in relation to that from administration's, so administration is protected.
I think I'll defer to Donnie on that because I'm more of a technical person.
Councillor Mackay, your concern is legitimate. We just had only one meeting as a test working group this year. So going forward, we'll be watching out for other influencers that may come, and we'll be bringing that or putting in more safeguards in place as we move forward with the working group. So like you suggested, it's almost like a stakeholder subgroup from a UDI subgroup, that from a bigger UDI group that we have to work on. Specifically for offset levy related policies and directions.
Okay, I'm not, like I said, I want to make sure that administration understands I support it. I think that's important to get stakeholder involvement in offsite levies and matter of fact, a lot of our construction that we have, but I just more worry about some of the dynamics going forward. And as long as administration feels comfortable with that, I'm happy with it.
All right, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So in the previous models, we had a section where it said future developable lands, which we are hoping will be addressed, majority of it at least, by the annexation. And this has been taken out. So I guess, how does that factor in? Because would there ever be a circumstance where the entire, like not now, let's say 5-10 years or whatever down the road that we're changing this model, that the future developable lands that are not within our boundaries would also be a contributor towards any of these projects?
So
Or is that now been eliminated because we're doing the 25-year model?
no, so technically the future development areas are not removed from the model. They've never been in the calculation. So the model has always been basically underfunded. And so what will happen is when we bring in annex lands, those lands that were contributing will get filtered in, so they'll become a funding source. So we'll start to collect those levies. And then if there's something that is not within our boundaries that might provide excess capacity, we have some options to make sure that we can collect for those projects as we build them. So the options are, you have the intermunicipal offsite levy option. You can do servicing agreements with an adjacent municipality, things like that. So they're not really out because they've always been in the future development area was always outside of the city boundary and weren't included in the calculation.
Okay. So has that number changed now? Because it was a really high number. It was like 155 million or something like this that was outside of our boundary. And I know we have the annexation pending, which would then change a lot of those numbers. But has this formula changed the percentage of what's outside of our boundary then?
No.
Because it was a lot relying on taxpayers then to fund.
And it's still that way as well right now. But the annexation should reduce that risk. And like I said, the important thing to do is if you're going to fund something that you don't have guaranteed funding, would be to make sure that you get those extra agreements in place before you actually move forward with building something so that it doesn't fall back on the taxpayer.
Okay. So when would we include the disclosure of how much is, because that used to have a line item and now that line item's been removed. So I'm not saying this year, or in what document would anybody find out what that number is?
So if you look at the offsite levy annual report, you can see that all of those numbers are still there, and it will show what percentage the city, what is included in the offsite levy model. And actually in the presentation I provided as well, you can actually see all the numbers in those little, where I showed it'll say future development share and things like that. They were like the little white diagrams. You can see that the numbers are all there.
Okay, is it in the document that you gave us today, or is it a different document?
Yeah, it's in the annual report, and it's also in the Corvus model information that we give to all the developers.
Okay.
There's a share in there as well.
So the one thing I'm not sure of is sometimes in the offsite levy, the city's responsible for some of the costs. Like it's like water, we're responsible for a quarter of it, no matter what type of thing. So like if I see what the developer offsite levy amount is, and let's say it's $3 million out of 5, I don't necessarily know how much that was the city responsibility and how much of it is because it's outside of a serviceable or our current lands.
Okay, so actually, again, those in the annual report, under each section, you see the breakdown, and it's actually the little, I don't want to call it a spreadsheet, I'm trying to, a flow chart that shows the information that shows the breakdown, and it shows the city share per each category as well. And we do have them for each project. So the annual report, which is about 60 pages long, has all of every project and every like you can follow along and figure out all the numbers, but it's a lot of information. That's why it's such a long report.
I must be just missing it over and over again here, but
I'd be happy to go through it with you too sometime if you like, just to show you how it all works.
Not today, but a different day.
Yeah,
be fine.
for sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any more questions? Councillor Jolly, do you have any questions? I'm seeing no more questions. Honestly, I think quite often after going through it so many times and not having the development industry in attendance asking for changes, that I think it's gone through the right process and everybody's happy with it. So I will entertain a motion. Ray? This is your area of expertise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move that bylaw 13, 2021 be read a second time, and that bylaw 13, 2021 be read.
Doing one at a time.
Oh, sorry. Got
I'd
ahead
like
of
to do
myself.
one vote for both.
Be read a second time.
Any comments?
Yes, levies, I've paid a lot of them over the years. That's one comment. And it's a very complicated issue. And really the experts in this field are the city engineering department and the land development industry. And it's a kind of a relationship where the land development industry wants to work with the city. That's why I see the need for the working group to make sure that the levies are kept as low as possible, because they're basically another tax and they speak right to the affordability of housing. So the working group, the whole purpose of that is because every year the development industry and everybody re-estimates these projects and the costs of them. And we want to work closely with the industry to make sure that we haven't overestimated these costs to make our levies as efficient and effective as possible. So I have a lot of confidence in staff and the development industry working together. And from what I've heard, they've done an excellent job. I'm totally in support of reducing the model from 35 years to 25 years. We have a whole list of people who are still trying to wait to get paid out and have been like hanging on forever. So yeah, I'm 100% in support of this, and those are my comments.
Awesome. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, call for the vote. Oh, Councillor Broadhead, do you want to comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to say, you know, every year it comes along, and the tendency is to let your eyes glaze over and let you sort of go on. But I really appreciate the presentation, because for those who take interest in what goes on at council, this really speaks to how a city is developed and the cost that it takes to actually do so. And I appreciate your presentation today, because it was informative and understandable. And so, Tanya, I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Awesome. Okay, now I'll call for the vote. Vote is closed, and that's unanimous. Would you like to do third reading?
Sure. That bylaw 13, 2021 be read a third and final time.
Okay, anything further on this, anyone?
Yeah, just on,
Okay.
on the affordability comments again, if you look at competitiveness around the region, when a land developer decides where he's going to buy, his land cost includes land plus levies. Construction costs around the region are pretty much the same, you know, but levies are very different everywhere you go around the region. So when a developer comes into town, he says, okay, my land costs $150,000 acre, plus my levies are $280,000 an acre. So my land cost basically is like, you know, whatever, 400 and something, right? So it's very important that we keep these as efficient and effective as possible, and continue to review them and update them on a regular basis.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. All right, call for the vote. Voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, Reagan and Tanya, for that was awesome. We are now on to item 9.2, which was approved on consent. So I'll read the motion. Motions, plural. That $2,250,000 be approved from the Offsite Levy Recovery Fund to support the land purchase for Fire Hall number 4 and future transit-oriented development site. And number 2, that upon successful execution of bylaw 22/2021, the related funds for the land purchase shall be secured through said debt, and the offsite levy recovery fund shall be reimbursed for the funds advanced. Number 3, that bylaw 22/2021, being a boring bylaw to design and construct Fire Hall Station number 4 and purchase related equipment and land, be read a first time. And number 4, that notwithstanding City Council Policy CAO 22, boring bylaw advertising, bylaw 22/2021 being initially advertised on April 4th, 2021. All right, congratulations, Kevin. Land and money moving forward. Fire Hall 4. Okay, next on our agenda is public hearings, which we will come back to at 5 o'clock. We have 2 council motions. We can do mine, and then if Councillor Hanson has not joined us in time, Councillor Mackay has volunteered to put her motion on the hands on the floor. So we'll see how that timing works out. Councillor Broadhead, you are Deputy Mayor, so I'm going to pass the chair over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, well, I don't know if you're going to switch this thing here. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Do you want me to read the motion?
Madam Mayor, I would be more than pleased if you read your motion.
Thank you. That administration bring forward a business case for the 2022 budget deliberations for a St. Albert-based home energy retrofit accelerator program, including funding amounts per year and any administrative cost impacts.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Certainly accept your motion. I'll let you give opening arguments then.
Do you want to know questions?
Questions? I was waiting for questions. Nope. Okay. That ship has sailed already.
Can I ask my question?
Go ahead. Yeah.
And it might come out in the background there, and because I mean there was a or in relation to the actual documents around budget time, but when we look at what we have currently in the region, I just want to have an idea, general ballpark. What are the grant amounts and what is the impact on administration? Do we know that?
Kristen's here.
Christian, do you want to go to start with?
Sure. So within the region, the city of Edmonton is the only one that's offering a home energy retrofit program. It's new to this year. So we're aware they're offering a program capped at $600,000 per year. And that's a set rate for the coming years.
And administratively, I mean, because they're much larger and they're the only one, do they actually operate it? Do they have staffs specifically to operate and manage that program?
Sorry, Councillor Mackay, I apologize for not finishing that. So City of Edmonton has procured a third-party administrator for their HERA program. So we're aware it's basically a percentage of the cost of the program, and that's paid out to a third party, and they handle all the applications, all the questions, the onboarding of the contractors and the whatnot. So very limited impact administration.
Are we as a municipality eligible for any carbon credits in relation to administrating a program like this?
So far for carbon credits, I don't think the city of St. Albert would be eligible to claim carbon credits for projects that are completed by residential projects. So we could claim carbon credits on improvements to our city-owned facilities. The only restriction on that is if they are grant funded, they have the tendency to not be applicable for carbon credits because it's technically double dipping on that side. So yeah, we wouldn't be eligible for the residential carbon credit claiming on that.
To add to that, we could probably report on the GHG reductions that any of these projects would have throughout the entirety of St. Albert. So we've seen other municipalities across the country that have provided more global targets to GHG reductions, and they provide some of the metrics in their annual reporting to how some of their programs hit that marker when they do start to incorporate them at the residential level.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see if in the budget background or budget document, whether or not there'd be some opportunities. I guess if we had our own energy corporation or something, maybe. But okay, thanks, appreciate it. I was just looking for some more information, which I'm sure is coming out at budget time with the business case.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Any other questions? Councillor Jolly, any questions?
No, I'm just glad to hear babies in the room. That's all to Mr. Benson.
Fair enough. All right, seeing no more questions, then Mayor Herron, if you want to open the
I'll go
debate.
fast. Yeah. So council, this is not doing anything today. It's actually asking admin to start preparing something for consideration in 22, so we don't have to spend any money today. I put the motion on the floor shortly after Edmonton came out with their HERA program. They have been really pushing their climate for change initiative through the city of Edmonton, and this is part of that. I think Mayor Iveson even has a motion at EMRB on Thursday about trying to do some regional carbon budgeting and et cetera. So I don't want St. Albert to be the last at the table for this kind of a program. We have had requests in the past, you know, can you help me with solar panels? Can you help me with windows, et cetera? So I think not only is this good for our residents who are strongly and passionately behind energy reductions in their homes, they could do that for environmental reasons, or they can do it for economical reasons, because it's if you're in your house for a long term, these things will really have good recovery. So just asking to get your permission to have staff start working on this program. And I would hope that actually, Christian, that you, if you're the one doing the work, you would work with Edmonton, design it very similar, and then we could probably use the same contractor, maybe even share some of the costs to administer. That's all I have.
Anyone else on debate? Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
Thank you. Very briefly, Mayor Heron, thank you for bringing this forward. I'm delighted to hopefully see this happen in St. Albert sooner than later. So it's great to see it happening now, or at least starting to think about it now. And, you know, just as a side comment right now, I'm taking a sustainable development and business course that was designed by Anshuman. So I'm definitely going to be talking about this in this course, because this is something to be proud of. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jolly. Seeing no other speakers, Mayor Heron to close.
Nothing further.
Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to you.
All right. Moving on. Are you still okay, Councillor Mackay? All right, go ahead. I'll get you to read the motion into the record.
Yeah, I sure will. That administration bring forward a business case for the 2022, sorry, I was still on the other one. I apologize. That administration present for council's consideration amendments to the hen bylaw to allow the licensing authority to permit keeping up to 6 hens on a licensed property, together with such other amendments as administration may recommend to protect the health of the hens and minimize their impact on adjacent properties.
All right, before I accept that motion, I'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Jolly, oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Just in the backgrounder, it said that this could be brought back by May 31st. So do we want a date in the motion?
Do you want a date, Mr. Scoble?
I'm just looking at administration for their input, but I don't know whether or not we would have to be that specific in case they run into challenges.
It can be brought back at least May 31st. After that, we can potentially bring it back on May 31st, but any other council date after that, we can also aim for.
May 31st isn't that far away. No. But
no, it's about a month and a half, I think, or 2 months from now.
And I guess I would only seek administration's, I mean, what impact would that have in the current properties that have hens? I mean, I don't know in relation to around their brooding and when they would actually obtain them, if they were going to make that determination to go up to 6 from 4 or to add to their flock. So I'm not sure on dates, whether or not May 30, like if there's a time specific date that's best. You know, I don't have that information, so I'd be reluctant to put a time frame in there.
Yeah, we don't want to push them too much. May 31st is good. Do you want to put it in or just leave it?
Well, I don't know what, is it an arbitrary date though? I mean, or is it just in relation to administration having the amendments done?
Yeah, no, I think it's just their time schedule. It's got nothing to do with the chickens. Yeah.
Okay, I'm, as long as you can do it, but I'm just saying we may be under some, what happens if you get it done earlier is all I'm saying. And yeah, okay, we can just say, I'm getting help here writing this thing. So as long, I'm not against it saying that. We can have somewhere in here by May 31st. So right at the very end.
Got that, Cheryl? Okay, perfect. Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
I don't have much to open, and I mean, obviously, I can't trump, I can't beat Alexandra and Marshmallow, and obviously, we got the support of administration in moving up to 6. So I support administration, and I support the residents who maintain flocks. So that's all I can add.
Anything else on debate? Sorry. Councillor Broadhead, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'll just make a comment. This whole hen bylaw for me was a bit of a revelation. I anticipated significant feedback from the community on how hens are integrated into our community. And I'm happy to say that it has been just a stellar success. I don't know that we've got any sort of negative feedback. It's all been positive. And so I don't anticipate any problem from moving from 4 to 6. Certainly this will help the various hen owners do what is right by their flock. And so anyway, just a comment.
That's a good comment. And I'm actually, oh, go ahead.
I'm going to support it too. It's like I said, there's been no complaints about it. I haven't heard a peep about anybody complaining about hens. And I found out that a hen peck was a real word that really happened. And this is all as a result of hen pecking of other hens. And you have to have so many hens so they don't get hen pecked and hurt. So yeah, I'm totally supportive of it.
The things you learn when you're on city council. And for the first time ever on a hen debate, I'm staying out of it. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
No, I have nothing more to add.
Right,
Mayor,
Cole.
may I?
Sorry,
did I miss
sorry.
you, Councillor Jolie?
Sorry, Natalie.
Yeah, sorry. I
No.
I just wanted to really briefly say thank you again to Alexandra, because we hear a lot of adults come to us and ask for things, and sometimes we don't listen as closely as when someone different comes to us. So I think she really encouraged us to move quickly on this. And I understand she was interviewed by one of the TV stations this morning at her house. So definitely be on the lookout for that in tonight's news. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jolie. And again, I apologize. It's nice when you can make a simple bylaw amendment that actually makes people lives easier and happier. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. All right, guys, we've been at it for almost 2 hours. I do know that we have dinner arriving around 4:30, but why don't we take a 10-minute break just to stretch our legs, use the bathroom if you need to, get a glass of water or a coffee. And so we'll come back at 5 after 4. And I think we could probably get at least the EMRB briefing done before dinner arrives. So see you guys at 4:05. All right. Okay, we're going in camera next. No, sorry. Where'd Cheryl go? Well, actually, we're not going in camera quite yet because agenda item 13 was information requests, notices of motion and announcements. You had a notice of motion, Councillor Hughes.
I got an announcement.
We'll start with Councillor Watkins' announcement.
I just want to make an announcement that the Seniors Advisory Committee, they wrote a letter and they wanted the letter to be read in council.
Okay.
And that the Senior Advisory would like to take this opportunity to thank your department, this is to Public Works and Parks and Rec, for the great job in keeping the trails and the sidewalks in front of city playgrounds so well maintained this winter. With the COVID restrictions introduced by the provincial government last November, many seniors have been outside walking the trails to get exercise and fresh air. We found the trails were plowed in a timely manner and when required, were sanded to protect us from slips and falls due to the icing conditions. We are also much appreciative of the extra wide snow clearing on the trails, which allowed for better social distancing. Some of us were even able to have socially distanced visits with neighbors, friends, and families while accessing the trails and playgrounds. Thank you for keeping us safe and keeping us and helping us enjoy the great outdoors in St. Albert during this unprecedented time, the Seniors Advisory. So they just wanted that read out because they were very, very impressed with the work that Public Works has done with the paths.
That's awesome. And I don't know if, did you get a copy of that, Kevin? Just to pass on to Public Works and Rec?
Yes, I did. We'll pass it on.
It's awesome. It's nice to get positive messages. I like the one I sent about the dog park. It was in such good condition on this weekend. It was awesome. All right, Councillor Hughes, did you find your motion? Okay.
That the mayor on behalf of St. Albert City Council read a letter to the government of Alberta requesting review of the impacts of strip mining in Alberta's eastern mountains, that municipalities are consulted as stakeholders on future coal policy changes, and a moratorium is placed on ongoing coal exploration until after independent and extensive public consultation has occurred and a replacement coal policy is in effect.
Thank you. And I don't think there was any other notices of motion that were sent out. Does anyone have any IRs or other announcements?
I just had that IR that I will email out after.
Okay, about
Yeah, about those plaques. Yeah.
All right.
Mayor
now we
Heron, I had the AR about the IR about the playgrounds.
Oh, that was an IR? Yeah. Do you have it there to read?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Okay, here we go. How much additional funding would be required to ensure that the 2022 replacement of the Fountain Park Playground is fully accessible, and what amenities would this include?
Thank you for that. Okay, now we'll move on. So we have no presentations scheduled, so no business arising. So I don't know who's the host. Renee, can you hear me? We're gonna need a breakout room. I'm gonna get somebody here to make a motion to go on camera. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
That council move in camera to discuss the matter pursuant to section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay, thank you for that. And so Councillor Mackay's making that. We'll need a breakout room with Kevin, Council, and Trevor Dooley. And that's it, right, Kevin? Just need Trevor in there. Okay. All right, call for the vote. Can't. I will write this down. Ken, me, because I don't know where Cheryl went. Ken at 4:09, and it is. Are you in favor, Councillor Jolly?
I am. Yep.
Okay. Unanimous. Okay, we are now in camera, so we'll wait for Renee to send us the breakout room. There we go. Join room 1.
working. Sorry, hold on a sec. I just want to make sure my sound is not coming up. Because I have the press conference on, I think that, or because I'm working on a mic with you, it's saying my audio is not working, but it doesn't have the red line through the speaker or through the mic. And I'm technically like, I don't even know how to like microphone array. Just quickly see if I can turn my microphone even off. Audio settings.
He's like, how about we find unity? Something about finding unity in the province. All right. Sorry, we are a few minutes late. We were given exactly 8 minutes to eat dinner, so we all have our dinner here, but we can get going. Councillor Jolly's back. That's good. We're all back with our food. Okay, so we're moving on to agenda item 10.1, which is the first of 2 public hearings for tonight. Turn my camera on.
Should I be able to hear Mayor Herron? Can anyone in the room hear? No, Kate can't hear either, Mayor Herron. I think it's just the council chambers is gone from Zoom, I think is the problem.
Yeah, I see that they're gone as well. So they need to get back on.
Yeah.
Mayor Herron's on mute.
No, the whole room is on mute, Ken. So hopefully we can get that fixed right away.
Maybe it's wishful thinking on a part of Zoom. I don't know.
So Mayor Herron has put in the chat that the tech issues are getting fixed for anyone listening in. I don't know, Ken, do you think this is just a trick so they can finish their dinners?
You know, I'm getting this as an echo.
Oh, do you have it on a couple of different places?
Yeah, I think what I've got to do is close. I've got the live meeting open as well, so I got to kill
yeah, shut that one down for sure.
Yeah. Okay, how do I get into there? Well, they're already complaining about 8 minutes. Can people hear me now?
I can hear you fine, Ken.
Okay, thank you. So Jackie, are you at home as well or in counselor? I can't see.
Councillor Hanson wasn't here earlier. I'm not sure if she's popped in yet.
Okay. So who am I talking to beside Councillor Jolie?
This is Natalie.
Okay, thank you. You know, I'm really trying not to be a constant complainer, but.
We need people to come to these.
Well, now that I'm retired, you know, I had that time when I was working. I had the interest, but I didn't have the time, and you know, we all go through our periods.
It's a lot of work reading all the backgrounders, and
I don't know how you guys do it. I look at some of those packages, and they're in the hundreds of pages, and I'm thinking, to be really informed on this, holy God, yeah.
Lots of coffee.
Yeah. this public hearing may not be problematic. I was reading a little bit of material on the Riverview, particularly the feedback. I'm thinking, whoa, boy, are they ever lined up here? So to that whole rezoning of Riverview and yeah.
Yeah, that I don't think we haven't got first reading of that yet, so that's not one that I've seen yet. But yeah, some of the public hearings can be pretty long.
Well, isn't the public hearing is right after this one on Riverview?
Oh, the Riverside one.
Or Riverside, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But again, I'm reading comments again there. They're talking about, well, we made our investment. Now you're changing everything. And, you know, it's the same thing that you're going to hear about, you know, Riverbank Landing, same concern.
Oh, we're back, Mr. Crutchfield. I bet Mayor Heron's going to be on.
Okay.
Are we good? Okay, good. Yeah, I was just going to ask you two to refrain from commenting on a public hearing that we haven't started. All right. Okay, I will start from the very beginning. We are moving on to 10.1, our first public hearing of the night for bylaw 12, 2021, the land use bylaw for Riverside Stage 31. It's second and third reading in front of us today. So I'm going to open the public hearing. We will hear from Suzanne Bennett from our planning department, and then I will go to council for questions, and then we will go to the public. We have a couple of registered speakers. You can ask them questions as well, and then yeah, we'll repeat the process until council feels comfortable that they have everything they need to make a decision. Close the public hearing and have second and third reading. All right, Suzanne, I saw you. Go ahead.
Okay, can everyone see the shared screen okay?
We can.
Okay. Good evening, Council. This presentation is for bylaw 12-2021, which is a redistricting application in the Riverside neighborhood. The redistricting area, pardon? Oh, sorry, thought someone was talking. This redistricting area is in Riverside, north of the Sturgeon River and south of Rankin Drive. It is east of Hogan Road and up to the new Riverside Park and future school site. The process of amending the land use bylaw is regulated by the MGA. All landowners have the right to apply to redistrict land that they own. However, approval is not guaranteed. The City of St. Albert has followed all requirements of the MGA, which regulates circulation, public participation, and statutory plan consistency. Applications are circulated to internal departments, external agencies, and adjacent landowners for comment. Staff review the application against other statutory plans and policies. The decision whether to approve or deny always rests with Council. In 2020, Council approved an amendment to the Riverside Area Structure Plan. However, the densities within the Area Structure Plan remained consistent. The RX and RXL districts are both considered low-density districts within the land use bylaw, which aligns with the current ASP. The redistricting does not increase the area density. In 2018, Council added districts to the land use bylaw to reflect changes in the housing market. RX and RXL were expected to be prominent in greenfield developments. R1 allows for single detached dwellings with semi-detached as a discretionary use. RX allows for more types of low-density housing products. Adjacent landowners were notified of the application and given time to comment. 3 written responses were received in that circulation period. These responses contain concerns over the increased density, increased intensity of land use, and future traffic issues. The application was amended after circulation by the applicant to leave an area along Riverside Drive as R1, which you can see in the red circled area. The proposed redistricting aligns with the current area structure plan and retains the low density designation. As an update on the park as well, the city and Genstar are working together to apply a federal grant which would enable the development of the park site east of this redistricting. On the map ahead of you, you can see it as the blue diagonal lines. This redistricting application, which is consistent with the ASP, is a key step for the city to obtain the parklands and to develop the park site. With these considerations, staff's recommendations are that the public hearing be closed and that bylaw 12/2021 to amend the land use bylaw be given second and third readings.
And that's it?
That's it.
Awesome. All right. I've got Councillor Mackay already has his hand up for a question. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. And I appreciate the pictures that show me the difference between R1 and RX. The height is the same. Am I correct? Still 11 meters?
Yes. I know R1 is 11 meters. I think the heights are the same in both.
Yeah.
You say height? Yeah, okay.
The height of the building is the same, whether you're R1 or RX, correct? Just to confirm again.
That is correct.
I think they are. Oh.
Sorry, we're getting feedback. I apologize. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
That's the only question yet?
On this, I have more for later on.
Okay, I have Ray Watkins and then Sheena Hughes up next.
Thank you. My question is, within the amendment area, when it was R1, how many dwelling units would have been there as opposed to now with the change?
I'm trying to remember the entire hectare area of what's being rezoned. I don't have that number off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
I don't have the exact numbers for this.
So you could tell me the gross units per hectare previously and now, if you don't know the number of units.
Sorry, the gross per hectare?
Sorry, Susanna, I'll try to answer this question.
Difference between the number of units previously allowed and now. And if you don't know that, maybe you know the dwelling units per hectare previously and now.
Christina, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I can provide a little bit of context. I don't have the exact numbers and the comparisons because it's presupposing development. But the area structure plan densities have not changed. So I think the overall residential density for this area is approximately 26 dwelling units per residential hectare, which would be considered in keeping with our low density residential development forms and densities.
I have a hard time believing that the density doesn't change when the lot widths went from like substantially smaller in width you're allowed now, and you're allowed semi-detached lots and everything, and all it was before was single family. So I'm kind of struggling with how the density has not changed at all when we've reduced the sizes of all the lots.
She said
Would allow me to
the
put more.
overall area structure plan, but not just for this area. So
I'm talking about just this area that was changed. Yeah.
Can we get that answer provided before we get to second reading, do you think? Or is that maybe a better question for GenStar on what their development plans are?
The city should like that and should know those answers, what the difference in the density is, but I'll take it from GenStar if they want to get.
Well, we'll see if planning can. Adrian, did you want to jump in?
No, I was just going to suggest that you ask the developer directly on that question. It's more specific to subdivision approvals and things like that than this application is.
Just, yeah, okay. This redistribution just allows for those, but we don't know exactly what they're going to do. Okay. Councillor Hughes.
Okay, thank you. That was another question I had, Councillor Hawkins, so you stole it from me, but that's okay. After this, let's assume that this was approved, just how many undeveloped areas in this Riverside are still going to be R1? Like we have that one section that's been now removed. Is there anything else that's still R1? Because I look at the screens, it looks like everything else is something else.
So I can try to answer this question through you, Mayor Herron. Removing this will, looking at my existing land use district map, will basically remove the R1 from all undeveloped portions within Riverside. A lot of Riverside remains zoned urban reserve.
because the land has not yet been redistricted to residential, even though the area structure plan has identified low density and high density and medium density sites, commercial sites as well. The redistricting just has not occurred yet. This is probably one of the few pieces that actually has an R1 zoning already associated with it. The rest that have R1 have been developed at this point.
So Christina, when you look at the colors on the area structure map and it says low density, that would include R1, R2, RX, and RXL?
That is correct.
So in the ASP, including the undeveloped, like the ones that haven't come forward for development, is there anything else left anywhere in the ASP that would be R1? Like even because you said some of it hasn't come forward for development, so it's still considered urban reserve. So if we include that land, but it's in the ASP, is there anything in the ASP left that would actually be R1?
So the applicant has the ability to apply for R1 because that's a low density land use district. You don't necessarily talk about the land use district within the area structure plan. So in the area structure plan, you just talk about the forms of development and we make assumptions regarding the density for those forms within the area structure plan. So right now the map is kind of gray where we don't have the land use district map is gray representing urban reserve. So technically Genstar could come forward with future R1. They could also come forward with R2, RXL, and RX.
Okay, so when I look at this, slides that you have, when it says R2, R1, PS, that's because it's already been developed. That's what you're telling me. So that the stuff is urban reserve, we don't have that kind of detail.
That is correct.
That's the land use bylaw map, not the area structure
Right.
map.
Okay, yeah, it's just that I'm trying to figure out where how much of this land is still considered urban reserve? Do we have an idea
Within
what-
the application, none of the lands are currently urban reserve.
Within the area structure plan, approximately at this point, I'm just looking at an eyeball map, probably 60% of the lands are urban reserve.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay. Councillor Jolly, do you have any questions at this time? No? All right, that's all the questions that council has for administration that I can see right now. So I'm going to actually go to members of the public. We have resident Matthew Gleedy has registered to speak, and then we also have Shane Lepke and Blade and Dibment from Genstar and from Select Engineering. So thank you both for coming. I know there'll be questions for you, but I'll just take them in the order of registered speakers. So Matthew was the first on my list to register. So Matthew, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh, excellent. There you are. Okay, do you want to turn your camera on? You don't have to, but you could, if you want, you can.
Sure, I'll turn it on. Why not? Hey.
There we go. It's just, I think it's a little bit more personal to actually see your face, so I appreciate that.
For sure.
All right, so Matthew, hopefully when you registered to speak, you were told you have 5 minutes, so I will let you start now.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of St. Albert City Council, and everyone in attendance today. My name is Matthew Gluddy. I'm a resident of the Riverside community in St. Albert. I'm here to speak about my concerns regarding the proposed Riverside rezoning. Before I get into it, I'd just like to share a little bit about myself. I was born at the old St. Albert General Hospital. I grew up in Forest Lawn. I attended Sir Alexander Mackenzie, Lauren Aitken High, and Paul Kane High School. My parents live here, my grandparents live here, and my friends live here. The first house that my wife and I purchased, the one we currently live in, is in Riverside. We chose Riverside because of the location and the plans to be surrounded by single-family homes and duplex homes. We thought it would be quiet and close to walking paths, which it is. We really, really enjoy our neighborhood. So as I said before, my purpose for speaking today is to outline my concerns regarding the proposed changes to the development plan, specifically the rezoning of portions of Riverside from R1 to RX and RXL. Last week, I sent a letter to the council outlining some of my concerns, and I also co-signed a letter written by one of my neighbors, Nancy Robert. So I asked Madam Mayor and the other members of St. Albert City Council to reject Genstar's proposal to rezone portions of Riverside for the following reasons. 1, the rezoning proposal goes against what Genstar sold to me, my wife, and the other residents of Riverside. 2, to my knowledge, Genstar has not completed their due diligence to prove to council that the rezoning will not adversely affect the environment in and around Riverside and the Sturgeon River Valley. 3, Genstar can achieve their goals of adjusting corner lot size, side yard measurements by means of a variance without rezoning Riverside. 4, if the area of Riverside is rezoned, there's no protection for the residents of St. Albert's Riverside community in preventing Genstar from building townhouses throughout the rezoned area. So going into detail about reason 1, why Genstar, or what Genstar sold the residents of Riverside. As I said in my introduction, there's a rationale as to why my wife and I chose Riverside to build our first house. Part of the rationale can be summarized from examples from Genstar's website on the Riverside development. And I quote, "Riverside is a community that inspires wonder in anyone who visits. Nature moves imagination. Home to 145 acres of lush forests and countless walking trails. Riverside is a place where imagination comes to life. And when you live in Riverside, you choose a life of magical opportunity." And when my neighbors and I bought homes in Riverside, we chose the opportunity to live in a quiet neighborhood based on Genstar's plan. The plan that was approved by the city of St. Albert. Now, a lot of hard work goes in and consideration goes into these plans, not just by developers, but by city council. They have a lot to consider. So when I'm out walking through the old neighborhoods of St. Albert, like Forest Lawn and Aikinsdale, the ones where my friends and I grew up, I see why the council approved the original plans for Riverside. That plan followed how the old neighborhoods were designed and developed, with parks and green spaces for everyone to enjoy. If the Riverside rezoning is approved, St. Albert will lose its touch with nature. Less parks and green spaces, more chunky blocks of houses, essentially paving paradise to put up a parking lot for townhouses. Reason 2, environmental protection. Big Lake is a very environmentally diverse area and is an area of international importance for birds, their migration and their habitat, according to BirdLife.
30 seconds left, Matthew. Just letting you know.
Yeah. As an environmentally responsive community, we need to ensure that there are no adverse effects to this area. To my knowledge, Genstar has not completed an environmental impact assessment for the potential rezoned area in Riverside. And basically that goes against Alberta's Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act. Reason 3, using a variance. In a March 22nd, 2021 email to one of my neighbors, Nancy Robert, Mr. Shane Lepke, a representative of Genstar, responded to
Matthew, it's 5 minutes and I have to stay strict to this. I hate residents off, but if I allow one to go over, then I allow everyone to go over, and it's not fair. So I hate doing it, but I'm gonna have to. I'll give you, how about 15 more seconds?
Sure.
If you have one last thing you want to just drive a point home.
Yeah. So what Mr. Shane Lepke said, and I quote him from this email, to explain, Genstar is rezoning the land from R1 to RX only because this zone allows for the reduction of corner lot size yards by 1 meter in width. So basically, they want to rezone it instead of using the applicable bylaw, such as a variance.
And Council got copied on that email as well, so I think we all saw that one, didn't we, guys? Yep. You know what? He's here today, so we will probably ask him that same question. Does anyone, any member of council have a question for Matthew? Councilor Jolly, you're good? Oh, Councilor Mackay, go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to say thank you for taking the time to present it. I don't have a Zoom on there, Matthew, so it's Ken Mackay here. I apologize if
Hello.
you're looking at the big screen here. I'm the one with the hair. My question, I guess, to you would be, so I mean, looking at the proposal by GenStar around, you know, Councillor Hughes asked, around the existing R1 areas, can you see anywhere in here where you would compromise? Like, let's say, so for example, the developer, after some public input, you know, amended the area somewhat. Is there a compromise in your mind, or does that speak to more around your second reason around the environment? Is there some compromise in your area or not?
Well, from what I understand of the drawings is that basically the rest of the undeveloped area in this portion of Riverside will be changed. And I don't think that there's a whole lot of clarity when GenStar is saying that their purpose is to adjust side yard lots on corners. They don't need to rezone it to achieve that goal. The rezoning just opens up their ability to basically do anything and everything within the RX and RXL development guidelines. So, you know, today they say it's to adjust the side yard, but what about tomorrow? Tomorrow, if this goes through, basically what they could do is fill that entire area with townhomes, because that's what the rezoning is allowing.
Yeah, no, and I understand. I mean, I drove through there yesterday and again today, and I went down to Riverside as far as you could go. Obviously, you can only go to the end of the cul-de-sac. And then there's a potential, I mean, again, looking at, you know, the area structure plan map, not the development. I guess, what map do we actually have here in front of us?
Pardon?
What is the map that we have? Is it the area structure plan as it exists now? The one that's in the background?
Land use bylaw.
Anyways, I don't need it for the point, but I mean, right now they've got existing, just basically a reverse cul-de-sac to what's on the cul-de-sac at Riverside right now. I mean, if that was amended to go south of Rankin to, you know, like where you would have RX or RXL in that area, but maintain the other area, would that work for residents, or is it just basically the argument that your variance and your environmental assessment?
Well, I think it compromises a lot of the attraction of Riverside. Where that is, it's in between the existing houses and the river valley. So if you're putting up a bunch of townhouses, you basically block out any sort of view or connection to the river valley there.
Yeah, I understand that too, but I mean, R1, if they built what's proposed as the existing neighborhood, you would have single family residences there as well, right? Rather than townhomes, you would have homes with yards on big lots.
I think potentially, but if the zoning is changed, they don't have to put any single family houses there.
Okay. Anyways, I really, again, I want to go back to thank you for taking time to come out and raise your concerns. And as like Mayor said, we did get a great deal of feedback from your neighbors. So I always appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more questions for Mr. Gleddy? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go to, in order of registered speakers, I have Shane Lepke is actually next from Genstar. Shane? I see you there. There you are.
Sorry about that. I couldn't get my mouse to work properly.
That's okay.
Hi there. So I guess maybe just to help provide some clarity to some of these concerns. Again, the main issue really between the R1 zone and the RX is the 1 meter in the side yards for the flankage lots. We're unable to apply for a variance under the R1 zone to accommodate that 1 meter, because with our subdivision plan, you actually have to register the subdivision lot, and once they're registered, they're extremely difficult to unregister and shift property lines. So for example, on the R1, the minimum side yard width is roughly 12 meters. Under the RX zone, the minimum is 11 meters. And so essentially, if we were to apply for the variance, we're still just wasting that 1 meter. And so the opportunity that we had here was to take advantage of the updated bylaw that the city provided in 2018. So it is a modernization of the bylaw, and that's what we're essentially doing here, is taking advantage of the new requirements. Now for the RXL, that provides the townhomes. So townhomes are not allowed under the RX zone or the R1 zone. They're only allowed under the RXL because it's required to have the lane. So, so just further to what Mr. Gleddy was saying, we won't be going and just throwing townhomes willy-nilly throughout the neighborhood. Are there any questions? I can't.
I was going to give
the comments.
5 minutes if you, but
sure. Sorry, my apologies. I guess the other thing too is we're not doing anything to compromise the rest of the community. We're not affecting the forest. We're not affecting the green spaces or the walking trails. Those are all remaining as is. All that we're doing essentially is just adding, by the sounds of it, the main concern here is the townhomes. And so if we didn't have the townhomes under the R1 zone, we would probably on that block, we would have, let's call it 11 homes, where right now, maybe 11 or 12. And right now at the towns, we have 15. And so the key difference is sure, we have more units, but under the bylaw, the number of units, the people per unit is different versus single family, like dwelling versus a town. So I can't remember the numbers off the top, but somewhere along the lines of a single family dwelling allows for 3.9 people per household. Under a town, it's 1.9 or whatever that number is, but there is a difference. So at the end of the day, we're not increasing the population, even though it sounds like we're, picking up 4 extra units.
Councillor Broadhead had waved at me to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the applicant here. So as I understood the concern here is this whole idea of now that it's RX, RXL, you won't have single family dwellings, you're going to have massive townhomes. And yet I read here dwelling mix is townhouses not to exceed 25% of the total number of dwellings within combined areas, blah, 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 notwithstanding clause A. Can you tell us what your plan is then in terms of what you're going to build within the area? I take it it's a mix of townhomes, duplexes, those sorts of things, but are you going to have any single family dwellings, be it zero lot line or whatever? Maybe just give us some vision of yours.
Sure. So this specific stage, the subdivision application, consists of 79 lots. Of those 79 lots, we have 15 townhomes and 22 duplex. And so those duplex products are the smaller stuff, the 22-foot wide units and the 30s and 32s. So it's a combination of a total combination of 22 duplex lots. And then the rest, I forget what that number is. Is it 39? Somewhere in that vicinity is single family dwellings. And it also consists of some larger pockets. There's some 24-foot wide units, some 26, some 28s. And then of course we go all the way up to 34-foot wide units as well. So there's some larger homes that will be developed as part of this initial application. The other thing that I wanted to point out is this area for the rezoning encompasses a larger area. And it also encompasses an area that we're going to be calling the Estates of Riverside. And that is something that we are looking at bringing on this year. Of course, we do need zoning for it. And they're going to be consisting of 36-foot wide buildings all the way up to 42-foot wide buildings. So that would put the lot, you basically add another 8 to 10 feet. And that's how wide those lots are. So those will be big lots. They'll be able to accommodate triple car garages. But again, my point here is to let you know that going under the RX zone, RX zone doesn't necessarily mean that we're shrinking all of the lots. It's just giving us greater flexibility. So we are building estate lots under the RX zone moving forward.
So we won't have massive amounts of row housing, 20 units long?
That's correct. That's not the intent of this. We will see pockets as we move forward. There is a demand, especially with the new RXL zone. This will be the first townhomes that's not part of a multifamily development. So these are fee simple, so people will own them without having to pay condo fees. And they will be splattered throughout the entire neighborhood as we move forward. But the intent isn't to go out there and create 4 blocks, all along beside each other of this product. The idea is to mix it throughout the entire community. And this stage just encompasses 15 lots.
Good. Thank you very much.
All right, I have Councillor Hughes up next.
Thank you. So with the fee simple, would they still be attached units is your intention, or are they detached? Because Aiken still has one street of detached fee simple, and it's probably around 15 to 16 as well, but they're detached. So is it going to be attached or detached is your intention for the townhomes?
The units themselves will be attached together, but there will be a detached garage at the rear, and those garages will be attached to each other. So the most units that are together, I think we're 4 units together. So we've got 4 clusters of buildings, and 4 units are for 3 clusters. And then there's 1 building that will consist of 3 units.
Okay. So you said that the premise behind this was to remove the corner lots by 1 meter. And I'm trying to figure out the necessity, but it doesn't sound like it's actually that. It's actually so you can implement a different range of product in this land as well. So, or I guess, what is the importance of reducing the corner lots by 1 meter?
So with the RXL is a new zone that we need to use in order to bring on the towns. And that has nothing to do with changing it to RX, because that's an RXL. Where the change is going from R1 to RX, which is allowing us to build single family throughout the rest of the area. The advantage there is just the efficiencies. So we're able to take that extra meter and spread it out amongst the block and not put 1 meter that goes to waste along the corner lot. That's essentially it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the need. I mean, because you're telling me that we now take 1 meter and divide it like by 12, so everybody's going to get an extra 3 inches. Is not really showing me a need. So I'm trying to figure out what the need was to change it from R1 to RX.
So
and why that 1 meter is so important to you.
So sorry, my apologies. It doesn't necessarily get passed out over the entire block. It gets passed out to one or two, maybe even three other units. And it gives the ability to, so all the building pockets are built within 2 foot increments. And so what it would do is it would basically allow a couple of the lots to go from a 24-foot wide unit to a 26-foot wide house. And so that's the advantage. So we're able to make it into usable space rather than the unusable space in a side yard. So right now, what the side yards would be 3 meters, which are plenty. That's typically what you see amongst all the communities within the capital region. 4 meters is just something that St. Albert has had. And with this zone, it is allowing us to just modernize the zone and not waste the land.
But if it wasn't changed to RX, you also couldn't put townhomes there?
My apologies, sorry, what was that?
If it is not changed from R1 to RX, you would not be able to put the townhome complexes in there, is that, or the duplexes, because that would be R2, wouldn't it?
We could not, we're not putting any towns under the RX zone. We're only putting the towns under the RXL.
Okay, so just over there.
Yeah.
Okay. On the screen that I'm looking at that you can't see, but yes, okay.
Okay.
So the R1 to RX is simply the smaller, ever decreasing lot sizes. It's just the smaller lot sizes is what you're putting there, but they're all going to be single family.
It's just to shrink the corner lot width. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have Councillor Mackay up next.
Thanks, Mr. Lepke, for being here tonight. When you were doing your widths, when you were talking about what your current duplexes are, what do you know off the top of your head what the duplex lot sizes are on Robin Way or on Royal?
I do. They are they're 22-foot wide pockets. And just let me get my handy dandy calculator here. So they're 8 meters in width.
And that's the existing ones in Robin Way and on Royal?
Yes.
Okay, and would you be looking at something similar in your proposal?
So in this proposal, we're actually looking at doing the 8 meter width, the 8 meter wide lots directly across the site from the future school and park.
Yeah.
And then along Rankin Drive, there's a bunch of, there's another 10 or 12 duplexes. Those are much wider. Those are 11.06 meters in width. And those, as far as building pocket width goes, they're 30s and 32-foot wide units. And so the intent there are adult villas. So they're the move down product for people that want to downsize.
So the ones that are now on Rankin right across from Robin Way, you would just extend that over to Riverside, but just make them adult?
Sorry, I'm not sure I follow you.
So right now you have condos on Rankin Drive there, right across the street from Robin Way, and backing on to your number 6 Genstar Annex, and those are already built. But will you continue that through to Riverside Drive on Rankin up to where the park and school site is?
I want to say yes, but I'm not 100% sure I'm following you on the map. I'm just trying to find where.
So if you find a map.
Okay, I got a map.
You found it?
Yeah. So you said Red Wing wide?
No, so you're on Robin Way and you're on Rankin, and so there's already product being built on Rankin as it comes off of Robin Way and Red Fox Way, and then so you've already got that product being built right now, or it's being built. And then now in that area that you're proposing, so the Rankin joining on to Riverside as it travels east, I'm just wondering right now, right on the description that we have, you know, there's lots on there. I mean, they're just drawn in, but would the intent be to continue that type of duplex, or are you looking at a different type of product there?
You nailed it. It's just a continuation of the existing product on the south side of Rankin.
And then after your public input, you did make some modifications in the sense that you freed up 10 lots on Riverside coming off of that cul-de-sac. What's going to go in on the other side of the cul-de-sac that's existing now?
On the other side of the cul-de-sac.
So behind Riverside Drive, there's a cul-de-sac, and that's where the road ends on Riverside, and that's where the school site's going to be. So you basically gave back 10 lots. That's my language. Gave back 10 lots in that, but there is on our diagram a cul-de-sac on the other side, like just on the north side of Rankin. Between Riverside and Robin Way. Would you maintain that as a single family home, or a zero lot line, or would you move that into some other product?
Our intentions are to move forward with single family development, and within that area, that little cul-de-sac consists of 12 lots, and those are much larger product. The smallest lot the smallest house that you can build on there is a 26-foot wide unit, and the biggest that you can build would be a 34. And you can push it back a little bit if you wanted to into the property, and you could build a 36-foot wide house, enabling you to build a triple car garage. If the
I mean, it'd be similar to what's on the existing cul-de-sac just to the north on Riverside Drive.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. So what was your thinking in relation to why not just take the zone reapplication just south of Rankin Drive? Why go across?
So the intent there is just taking advantage of the modernization of the land use bylaw. The R1 zone essentially is becoming kind of obsolete, and the only difference between the two is the side yards. And so we thought that there was an opportunity there to create some efficiencies and not waste that 1 meter into the side yard, and to distribute it out so that we can provide some larger lots within the stage.
All right. Okay. I just was, yeah. All right. That would be my only concern. It just would have looked cleaner if it would have been on, if you would have stayed south of Rankin, in my estimation, but I understand your thinking behind.
All done? Okay. Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, thanks. I just had a couple questions. Maybe you could just run over the unit mix again in the area that's rezoned.
Sure. So the total is 79 units, and 15 of them are townhomes. 22 are duplexes, and that's a combination of the smaller ones and then the larger product, and then the rest, what is that math? So it's 42 single family.
42 single family. And then the townhomes, are those like a 4-unit block of townhomes?
Yeah, so there will be 4 different buildings, and 3 of them will consist of 4 units, and then the 4th one will consist of 3 units.
Okay. And then if you just had left it as R1, how many units would you have got compared to the 79 you get now?
I'd be guessing, but I'm willing to bet right now, if we've got 15, we would probably be in the vicinity of 11 or 12.
Sorry, give me that. No, the 79. You said the whole phase was 79 units, right? 79 dwellings.
Right. But so you're saying if we didn't have the towns?
He's trying to get the increase in number of units, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It would be a decrease, right? It would probably be somewhere around 75, 76.
As R1?
As R1?
Yes.
Okay. I'm having a hard time seeing. If you're making it smaller, how do you get less units when you make them smaller?
So if we didn't have the RX1 zone, it would still be under the R1 zone, right? Is that, or do we agree on that? So the R1 zone would only give us, let's say, for argument's sake, 12 lots, where under the RXL zone, we have 15.
So I thought it was 70. Now we're all confused.
Sorry, I thought we were just talking about the townhome.
No,
I'm
the
just talking
whole
about
overall change.
The whole, on your whole area that you're rezoning,
Okay.
before it was all R1, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how many units would you have gotten under the R1 if it was all R1? So, and now you're getting 79. So I assume you would have gotten like 60 R1 or 65 R1, and now you're getting 79. So I'm just trying to get to the net difference in units, because a lot of the concern that residents have is that we're increasing the density in here a lot. And I don't know the answer if we are or not, because nobody can give me the answer.
Yeah, I would suggest that we'd probably be somewhere around the 74. The thing with the duplex lots, they were a discretionary use under the R1 zone. So they were still available to do under the R1 zone.
So you would have went
you would have
went some semi-detached under the R1, and your guess is you're getting about 5-6 more additional lots.
Somewhere around there. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm seeing no more questions from council. So I'm going to go to Bladen, and then Ms. Matthew, I can't go back to residents, just get 5 minutes. So I'm so sorry. So maybe Mr. Dibben, you've been listening to, maybe you can have some of the answers to some of the questions council has had too, but I'll get your 5 minutes started now.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, Shane answered all the questions there. I think just on that last one, the minimum lot width within the RX and compared to the R1 is still 10 meters. So the number of lots wouldn't necessarily change. It's the RXL that is different, that allows for that townhouse with rear lane. So the actual mix, we didn't lot out the area before this zoning as an RX zone, or sorry, as an R1 zone. We've only lotted it as it is today, and I would think it would be largely the same, other than that 1 meter on the corner side yard. So that 1 meter is, that's an extra, say, $12,000 for that lot cost. That's for no reason really. There's no benefit to that owner. So if they can avoid having to pay for that, that's something that can be spread out and used to make some bigger lots within the cul-de-sac. So to answer your question, Councillor Watkins, the difference between the R1, if it was all lotted out, and the RX all lotted out, is there's no difference because the minimum lot widths are the same, and that the intentions from Genstar are the same for this particular subdivision. The RXL is where there is an increase in the density, and that's just that one block of townhouse. So as Shane said, it could have been about 11 units there, maybe 12 if we went to semi-detached on that block, and now it's 15, so it's increased by 3 lots.
Thank you.
Yeah, we put this forward as a simple rezoning, just to go to the more modern zone, and to provide for efficiency. It's what I believe we will see RX and RXL throughout the city going forward, and you'll very seldom see an R1 zoning, in my opinion. So that's all I have, unless you have other questions.
All right, yes, we might have other questions. So anyone from council have any questions, or was it all answered by Shane? Go ahead, Councillor McKay.
Sorry, just for clarification, because you were talking about the one lot that would be just too expensive and for no reason. Were you referring to the one off of Rankin and Riverside? Is that the one you were referring to?
Well, any corner lot within the subdivision, if it has an extra meter, so it has 4 meter side yard next to the road instead of a 3 meter side yard. So the R1 zone requires a 4 meter side yard, and the RX zone requires a 3 meter side yard. It's an extra, everything's sold on a per foot basis. So it's extra cost to that homeowner that has to buy that house. They can still build the same size house on the lot, but they have an extra wide side yard, so it's an extra cost, so it's a harder lot to sell. So it speaks to affordability.
All right. Well, I think you know what my concern was, because I mentioned it to Mr. Lepke in relation to, but is it just because that you crossed Rankin North, just because that was just the lots that you had in that, all tied into that 23 annex? I think that's the, yeah.
I think there was no barrier or no boundary designed for where the zoning would take effect. Like you could build the same lots within that cul-de-sac, except for the two corner ones that are being proposed under the subdivision, under the R1 zone, as you can under the RX zone, and that's what's being proposed. It's just the two corner lots. So technically, yes, you could remove the zoning from the interior of that cul-de-sac, but the corner lots would still need to be rezoned to the RX.
All right. So I mean, obviously you responded to some public feedback from the residents, you know, to keep it the existing zoning R1 for those. I think there's 10 lots there on Riverside. But yes, I was just curious as to why you didn't go right to the corner, but I think you've just answered my question.
All right. Any more questions from members of council? Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. So when you look at the zoning for RX, it still does allow townhouses. And Matthew, who came earlier, I'm sorry, I forgot your last name, Matthew, but his concern, which I think many of the residents have, is that while we're saying that the intention is just for the corner lots, that once this is approved, really you could change your mind and put townhouses there, in addition to the ones that are planned for the RXL. So I guess how can you assure the residents that are there that there isn't going to be a dramatic change, because the RX does give a lot more building forms than R1?
Although, yeah, it does say townhouses are permitted. I believe there's a bylaw, and maybe administration could confirm this later, that restricts access to a townhouse from the front, and you can only have access from a rear lane, and you can only have laned access if you have the RXL zone. So there was in the past, there was townhouse built with front attached garage, but I believe there was an update to the land use bylaw removing that ability. So I apologize, I don't have the exact policy in front of me of restricting that access. But
I mean, because I do see townhomes being built in other areas that have a front access. They put the garage underneath it, and then they just build row housing. So, I mean, it's certainly is still possible to do a front townhouse, front lane, front entry townhome. So I'm trying to figure out how we can assure the residents that are there that the change is just going to be on the corner lots and not extend to what RX allows over R1, as far as they're concerned about changing the landscape of their neighborhood.
I guess they can only be said that the intention is there, and I believe there is a bylaw in place that restricts access. So, but I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, administration. But
we're going to go back to administration, so Christina can answer that if she's ready. Okay, when we get back there.
Okay, thank you.
But it does say that RX does allow townhouses, so it's not RXL, it's RX.
Yeah, they
so
both
you can have townhouses.
Yeah.
Thanks. Correct.
Any more questions for Bladen? Councillor Jolly, making sure I don't forget you. Okay. All right, we have another resident that's registered to speak, and that's Mr. Douglas Nixon. I know he's here.
Hi.
Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't let you continue on in the chat, Mr. Nixon. It's because it's just myself and Councillor Jolly that have access to that right now. The rest of council's doesn't have Zoom on their computer. So I didn't want a conversation going on through the chat function that not all of council could hear and that not all of the public could hear. So I just want to maintain the integrity of this public hearing. So now you have your 5 minutes. So make sure that if anything you mention in the chat you want brought out in the public realm, you take advantage of that. So I'll give you your 5 minutes starting now.
Okay, thanks. That was my wife. She's right here, was helping me out. She was on the chat. My name's Doug Nixon, and my wife is beside you, supporting me, long-term Riverside resident. So I'm not great with public speaking. I'll try to be brief. Please bear with me. Hello, everybody. Here we go again with more changes. Amendments have been ongoing and frequent since we bought in 8 years ago and is now being taken as bullying. This amendment is not necessary and there is no valid reason for doing so. The mayor has commented that she believes residents should get what they signed up for. Is this still so? At the Parks meeting in December, when asked if removed green space can be added back, the answer was no. It's too far along, no more changes. Density does not need to be increased as it encroaches on nature. The consideration of living nature bylaw continues to be ignored. I've brought this up in the past. There is a bylaw. The Director of Planning in 2018 states that approved land districts will be grandfathered. Citizens look at a map with our labels on them. This is how we look at density. We don't go into the fine print in the area structure plan, looking at dwellings per unit per hectare. This is very misleading. The Affordable Housing Liaison also comments there will be little impact. After looking at that, maximum lot size, I was looking at the RX rules. Maximum lot size will be cut in half. 5-unit buildings, 11.5 meter high, will cover 25% of could cover 25% of the area. I stopped there, the impact was felt. I did come across bylaw 2018, Schedule H, making references to detached lot sizes remain the same, which Annex 23 would fall under. Why the need for change? People who have or want to invest in an R1 district are being discriminated against. I'm looking for page 3. Here it is. Okay. R1 districts with green space is what attracts people to St. Albert. We have been told density requirements have been met. Plans and promises are being considered as fraudulent. The developer mentions some areas will remain unchanged. Why draw them into the amendment? Any trust has been lost long ago. People want detached housing with space. Sales are crazy. It's all over the news. There are townhousings at the end of the street. They have many signs up. No one's buying those at the moment, but they sure want the single detached with lots of space. EMRB recommendations are pre-pandemic. St. Albert does not have to comply, especially on approved lands. The second school site initiated by the city was voted down, but later overturned. It could have easily been placed by the first school site and created a school district. We were told, oh, that area won't be developed for a long, long time. They're going like gangbusters right now. Integrity of council is questioned and conflict of interest is apparent. Please take time to read the submitted letters and take note of the group letter endorsed by 120 residents. A vote in the neighborhood would reject this proposal. But we have elected a council to deal with matters such as this. If this amendment is passed, it gives a blanket change over the whole area without discretion. The bullying must stop. And I have a few questions I was trying to get through on things. We were told that the park was to start in the spring and funding was in place with the government. Now we hear that they haven't even applied yet. RX allows for 11.5 meter height. Side yard safety. On our cul-de-sac here, we have to put pylons out and it has a 4 meter side yard for traffic to protect the kids. Well, partly because there's no green space, right? They play on the streets here. So the 3 meter side yard thing, someone's gonna buy a bigger corner lot, I guarantee it.
Mr. Nixon, you have about 10 seconds left.
Okay, RX allows for 5-unit housing in your bylaws. That's it. Have a good
What about
evening.
26 units per hectare.
Oh, yeah. Suzanne mentions 26 units per hectare when I talked to her. With the new, if this is approved, there'll be 26 units. Older districts would be around, like the old place, they're probably around 10 units per hectare.
Okay,
Go get your vaccine.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to open it up to council to ask questions, but I did hear you do have a specific question about the park site. So when we get back to our administration, I'm going to check in on that one. But is there any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. The applicant said that he's only adding an additional 5 or 6 units from what would be approved under the R1. So how is that a concern to you?
That's what the applicant says. That's not what they do. We've been here since the beginning. We've seen many changes, and what is said is not done.
And we have to keep defending.
Right, we're getting sick of it.
The community is getting fatigued.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so no more questions. Councillor Jolly, you're good? Okay, so let's go back to our administration.
Mayor Heron.
Who's talking to me?
Cheryl.
Oh, hi, Cheryl.
Sorry. Just before you go to the administration, I wanted to let you know, in accordance with the public hearing notice, that any written submissions received after the deadline of March 31st, that a high-level summary of the submissions will be provided to council. We did receive one submission on April 1st, and the summary is that they were in opposition of the bylaw.
Okay. And has council been given that, or is it just?
No,
okay.
yeah, it's just, we have no means of giving it to the public.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
right. Okay. When we're done with Zoom, we could do that. All right. Okay, but now we can, anything that came up during the public presentations, we can now take it back to Christina or Adrian or Suzanne. So any questions for administration? Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we've heard the applicant state that that basically the difference here is the introduction of different build forms, more modern build forms in relation to what's available in the updated land use bylaws under RX and RXL. Nonetheless, can you just explain to me, so that there's some confidence, I guess, if you will, in terms of the dwelling mix on page 358 of the package. I'm not sure, page 4 of whatever this is, but anyway, it's a synopsis of the 4 different land use districts. So R1, R2, RX, and RXL. And then it's got dwelling mix. And it says there 25% townhomes cannot exceed 25% of the total number of dwellings. How does that play out in this particular application?
So I was going to let Suzanne answer that question, if you don't mind.
Sorry, I'm just switching back and forth because I don't actually have the same page numbers on the agenda, so I was trying to find that. Sorry, can you repeat the last half of that?
Yeah, so under both RX and RXL, it says that town housing is not to exceed 25% of the total number of dwellings. And then there's a caveat under the next box underneath, notwithstanding clause A. Can you just tell me how this plays out in this particular rezoning application?
So that limit of 25% of townhousing lots is something that we would basically count out or calculate at time of subdivision when we get an application.
I guess what I'm searching for is some sort of assurance to the residents that if we make these changes now, it's not going to be all townhouses in the area. I mean, the applicant has said that's not going to be the case, but how do we know that to be true?
So that
By
is,
the-
it is within the regulations of the land use district. So as applications and subdivisions come forward, we would then, the planning branch is actually ongoing monitoring every type of housing product that we receive. So we know the lot width distribution along with the product type. And so if the product type exceeds 25% of the overall number of units, then we wouldn't be able to enable the developer to go forward, because as directed through the land use bylaw and then through, which is directed by council, we would not be able to go against that decision. And so we're really capped as an administration. So we would be going back to, in this case, Genstar, and saying that they've exceeded the regulations and that they would have to come up with a different proposal for their subdivision.
So we can categorically say to the residents that only 25% of the build form in this area that's before us tonight is going to be town housing. Is that correct?
That's
That
what
is
council
correct.
has stated in the bylaw, yes.
Thank you.
Do you have a question, Councillor Watkins? Okay, any more, Councillor Jolly, you're good? All right, no more questions. Okay, so with that, I will entertain a motion from a member of council to close the public hearing, and we can talk about the second reading.
Madam Mayor, could I speak to new information?
Yeah, I can ask you a question. What new information do you have?
There is a distinction, so I just went back and checked the bylaw. There is a distinction between the RX and the RXL for townhouse. Townhousing within the RX bylaw is specific to, it's basically condo style, and townhousing within the RXL bylaw is street oriented. So you cannot have a townhouse within the RX unless it is like a condo. So it has an internal driveway system, right? It's not fronting onto a roadway.
Okay, that makes sense.
So that would restrict. Yeah.
All right, motion from a member of council. Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
That the public hearing on bylaw 12/2021 be closed.
Thank you. I will call for the vote on that. Voting's closed, and that motion passes unanimously. Okay, I can't remember who did first reading on this, but it doesn't really matter. Is any member of council willing to put second reading on the floor? That's on page 339 of our agenda package. Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Watkins, you want to do it? Okay, go ahead, Ray. Just need to throw it on the floor.
All right. That bylaw 12/2021 be an amendment 185 to the land use bylaw be read a second time.
Okay. All right, I'm going to accept that motion, and I will allow you to have opening comments, Councillor Broadhead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. What we have before us is a task that council has to deal with on occasion, and there are never easy decisions. The reality of modern urban development is that things change over time. And the law allows for developers to make application to change based on their particular view of what is necessary on their land to develop it appropriately. It is up to council to understand what their needs are, what the needs of the community are, and somehow find a balance that brings vitality to the community through growth, but also sustains the basic feel, if you will, of the community. Sometimes that's hard balance to find, but nonetheless, that's what we're elected to do. And so that's what's before us here today. And quite honestly, we have it land developer that is making an application to change and introducing new build forms into a community, and because it's not built and you don't see it, perhaps the fear of what might be is greater than the reality of what it will be in the end. Now, on the other hand, you can always say, well, it'll be worse. But ultimately, I guess that's for council to make a decision on where we're going to go with second and third reading here. But nonetheless, these decisions are ones that we have to make. We have no ability to not vote. So we have to vote on this, and so I'm putting this bylaw on the floor.
All right, anyone else want to weigh in on second reading? Councillor Hughes?
So I'm feeling very uncomfortable about agreeing to this. The necessity that really has not been shown that you could not build the R1 with what it's being, can just be built in R1. And the other problem I have is that this is not the first time that the developer has come and changed to higher density in this neighborhood, as the residents have explicitly stated, and I have also experienced with either this council or the previous council, where it's changing from R1 to higher density every single time. And this is the last area that I would expect in this neighborhood that will be R1. I suspect that everything that's an urban reserve will not be an R1 designation. So people bought here thinking they were going to have R1s around them, and it's been changed to R2s, and it's going to be changed to other things in addition to it. And in part, this neighborhood has been developed so slowly, like it's been over 10 years, and it's not even half developed. And as a result, there's been so many changes, and the people who are living there have been extremely patient as they wait for amenities to be built and an expectation that what they bought into would be coming to fruition. So I'm not convinced that we actually need to make these changes to the land use bylaw, or not to the land use bylaw, but to this, to change these designations for this ASB. You can try to talk me into it, but I don't see the need for it. And the people who live here or live there bought in expecting to have one thing. And as many have said, they've lost trust because of the past of what they've experienced and what they've actually ended up receiving beside them. So I think that maintaining the integrity of the neighborhood of what was originally planned would not really be a bad thing. And the lot sizes have already been reduced dramatically in R1 in our land use bylaw as it is. So when this was first approved as R1, the lot sizes were substantially larger, and we have decreased them already from what it was before. So I think that it's not a necessary change, but I'm willing to listen to other debate. That's it.
Councillor Jolly?
I'll make a comment. I would echo Councillor Broadhead's comment that these are really difficult decisions, and we don't have a choice in making them. But where I'm standing right now at second reading is that, as we discussed earlier in this meeting, we set a plan as a council, and as part of that plan, we committed to increasing the variety of housing types in St. Albert to accommodate changing needs in the city. And one of the ways that we accomplished that was through creating the RXL district. So certainly it allows for different types, really as do all these designations that we're considering today. So as of now, and like Councillor Hughes, I'm willing to be convinced, but as of now, I am supporting the applicant's request. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not here to convince any of my councillors on either side of the argument or the discussion to vote one way or the other. I understand entirely the reasoning that the developers brought forward. Yet when I was looking at increasing the diversity that Councillor Jolly just spoke about, I envisioned RX and RXL to be in maybe greenfield properties. And I recognize that this is still greenfield in form, but I didn't envision it actually to be in an existing subdivision or a division. And I understand why, and I totally respect the developer's right to apply for the changes. But for very similar reasons brought forward by Councillor Hughes, I understand some of the residents' hesitancy, even though, you know, we received assurances by the developer that much of the community would remain intact and would look almost the same. You know, and like I mentioned before to the residents, I drove through that, and I drive through there quite often actually, because I love that. I love that community. I really do. And I can see why residents have chosen to build and live there. And I'm always impressed by the diversity of the housing that's there right now. I mean, I identified it, even the new builds that are going up on Royal Way towards Grain Elevator Park and backing onto the railway. There's diversity that's already existing under the current zoning. So I don't think we create any hardships for the developer by maintaining the existing zoning, and we only frustrate the residents. So that's where I'm leaning right now.
Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I'm gonna support it. You know, we have to look at GenStar. GenStar has been in this community for probably 40 years of ownership and land development. They've developed Deer Ridge, Dorchester, Lacombe Park Estates. They built the Lacombe Park Lake. They've built thousands of lots in St. Albert over the years, and they've been committed to this community for many years. What we've heard is that this is an increase in 5 more units over the area of 50 acres, which to me does not really seem like a big increase in density if you're talking 5 units over 50 acres. The talk about the R1 zoning being obsolete, that is quite true, because the same thing happened with the RF1 zone in the city of Edmonton. The RF1 zone had 1.5 meter side yards, and it got replaced with the RSL zone, which allowed for a 1 meter side yard. And now you look at the city of Edmonton, and people don't even use RF1 anymore because the RSL district provides them a lot more variety and flexibility. And that 1 meter that he talks about on the corner lot, let me maybe explain that a little clearer of why that does save you a lot of money. Because on a corner lot, the city asks for a larger side yard, regardless of what zoning it is. So if you have, between 2 houses, if you had a meter on a corner lot, you may have 2 meters or 3 meters on that side yard flanking alongside. And what the developer was saying is that, I know Kathy, you like meters, but developers sell in price per front foot. And dollars per front foot is maybe 4,500 a front foot. So 1 meter equates to 3.3 feet. 3.3 feet times 4,500 is, you know, $15,000 cost savings on 1 lot. You can sell that lot for because you sell it by the front foot. So I can see why they're wanting to reduce that side yard on the corner to 1 meter. I didn't really hear any argument or evidence presented about the negative impact that it was going to have on me, except it's going to negatively impact on me. I didn't hear anything about property values being decreased or anything. I just heard that I don't like this. It's too much density. It's not what we were promised. Well, things change, and over time, a lot of things change. Ken, you talked about the new areas. Well, this is a new area. This is one of our developing neighborhoods. We passed these zones so that they could be used, so they could be utilized. We sat here and we had a lot of debate about lane product and semi-detached and front drive and all sorts of alternative projects and all sorts of alternative products to decide so we could get more affordable housing in St. Albert. And this is one of those products. And like I said, I think if you look at the townhomes that are across the street, I don't think anybody would be ashamed of that housing that's built across the street. It's very nice. Like I said, we've passed these zones so that they could be used. The neighborhood has gone through some tough times. There was another developer in there, Reed Worldwide, and they went bankrupt. So that caused some changes for a while. So the neighborhood has had some struggles, but I have confidence in GenStar and their ability to pull off a very good neighborhood and continue with good product from what they've done in the past in their 40 years in St. Albert. So I'll be supporting it.
All right, I'll just quickly weigh in because, I have very publicly said that I don't really like changing an area once people have bought into it. But that generally, when you consider a lot and you are picking a builder and a home, et cetera, you're looking at the area structure plan because that is what you're buying into. And earlier this year, when we changed the area structure plan to add the school site, I was opposed to that because I felt like we were changing into what people had bought into. We're not changing the area structure plan today. We are just redistricting the land use bylaw. We are going from low density to low density. That is what the area structure plan says, low density, and it will remain low density. Within low density, there are multiple different zones, and they will tweak the overall density a couple units in each way. And thank you, Ray, for bringing that up. That's a question that we should be asking every time we have something similar in front of us is under the current zoning, how many units could you have, and under the new zoning? And I'm surprised we didn't have that, and I'm glad we pushed a bit. So I don't think we got an exact answer, but somewhere between 5 to 10 units, maybe. Councillor Hughes has already pointed out that the R1 allows for small lots anyway, so this is not a huge change. But what I do believe is important is this council was elected 3.5 years ago on a very strong mandate to bring affordable housing into, I don't like using affordable, achievable housing into St. Albert, something that would keep our young families here instead of having them move into Edmonton or Spruce Grove. And so we spent a lot of time and energy on developing RX and RXL, and they are good land use bylaw, they're good zonings, and I think we need to put them into these greenfield areas. So I'm going to be supporting this today, mostly because it's not changing the area structure plan, and mostly because we haven't touched any of the green space. There's no change to the pathways and the green space and the parks in the area, and that's important to me. So I think this is a good move for the city of St. Albert. Councillor Broadhead to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good comments all the way around. It was always interesting that after the commentary around not so much the change to the school up late here in Riverside, but the commentary around the school in El Dorado. Since then, we've put up signs in school areas that said this could be anything. And quite honestly, people need to understand that that change is the nature of life, and it is the same in a community. And I believe that there's marketing plans and there's statements made when people are trying to sell something, but people need to be aware that when they move into a new area, that change may in fact occur. And in this particular case, this is what we're faced with, is that we were elected to bring in new build forms into the community of St. Albert. And it's difficult decisions when push comes to shove and you actually have to introduce new build forms into an area that's developing. And so it's a hard question. And so there's 6 votes tonight, and we'll see how it plays out.
Call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that motion passes by majority, with Councillor Hughes and Councillor Mackay opposed. Councillor Broadhead, third reading.
Yes, Madam Mayor. One moment. That bylaw 12/2021 be read a third time.
Except that anything further, Councillor Broadhead?
No further comments, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. Just really briefly to the developer, the sooner we can get those parks ready to go, the better. It makes it easier to live in a neighborhood when we have those going. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay, you have another comment?
Yeah, I actually, and I was going to touch on the point that Councillor Jolly just brought up, because I think we were going to ask administration around the park and we forgot.
We can
So I think we'll make a commitment to get back to the residents in relation to the park. And all good comments, like Councillor Broadhead mentioned. They're all good comments. It just, I just would urge the developer to look at building something around that follows through with some of the concerns that we heard from some of the residents, and I'm sure they were, because like Councillor Watkins identified, GenStar's been in our community for a long time and they're a big part of our community. So, but those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Watkins?
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing is that I know the residents are a little bit hesitant, but like I said, GenStar are a really good developer, and they've done some great things in our city over the past. And I think they're trying to find a way so they can finish building out the neighborhood quicker, which allows for everything to get finished quicker, the parks and everything else, and the less disruption of the roadways and the dirt and everything else. So they're just trying to find a way so they can get to the end of that development and get it finished off, so that neighbors won't have to experience any more difficulties also.
You raise a good point, Councillor Watkins. I think finding the right districting to build the right product that is going to be sold, instead of having the wrong districting with unfinished lots, does get it done quick. I do believe, though, and I did promise, and when we're done third reading, maybe I'll go back to the men to ask about the park. But I believe that the funding that we were applying for was not for the school site, it was for the Heritage Park over on the side. But I will check with Christina when we're done third reading, because we are in debate. So I'm going to let Councillor Broadhead close, and then we'll go to the vote.
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that passes by majority with Councillor Hughes and Councillor Mackay opposed. So before we leave this, I don't know if anyone from our administration is here that can actually answer the question about the park. Amanda's here. Did somebody call you in? Can you give us an
This might come up. So we were successful in receiving the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program grant funding, which included part of that funding was for the Riverside Park, which is the community park side of the school site. So the school is kind of half and half of that one joint site. We are still working with GenStar to make sure that we can make this happen, and getting some of the planning hurdles kind of gone through. So hopefully after tonight, we'll be able to get that going. But the detailed design is well underway, and we should be done it by the end of this month.
Oh, okay. So can the residents expect to see anything started this summer, maybe?
Under the grant, we do have to have the project completed by December 31st. So we are running against the clock, but we are going to work really hard with GenStar to make it happen if we can.
Well, that's a good answer, because I think we are all really wanting to get use of that park, and I know the residents are too. Thank you for joining us, because you probably knew that question was coming. All right, everybody good on Riverside? Okay, I'm going to give us all 10 minutes to stretch, because we've been at this again for another hour and a half, and I'm almost shaking. And I know Bladen has to stick around, but we'll come back for the public hearing on Range Road 260 at 6:45. Let me turn my camera back on. I'm on. Okay. We're back at it. Let me get to the right page in my agenda. So I'm going to open the public hearing for 3 different bylaws: Bylaw 1, 2021, Bylaw 2, 2021, and Bylaw 3, 2021, Range Road 260 MDP renaming ASP and renaming and ASP amendments. All right, public hearing open. I'm going to go straight to who I have registered. Who's doing this one? Sajid is doing it, planning, and then I will, and Tracy as well. So who's speaking?
Both Sajid and I will present.
Okay. Is Sajid there? Is that okay? You turn on your camera, Sajid, if you want.
Hi there. Sorry about that. Yeah, just putting up the PowerPoint for Tracy. Tracy will start the presentation, and then I'll follow.
Here we
Can
go.
everyone see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Go right
So
back
all
up
we
to the
see is
top.
like your working version of it. If you could actually turn on the slideshow, that would be better. There we go. That's as big as it gets.
Good. Okay.
Well, good evening, Council.
On the screen down there, Ray. Yeah. I don't. How do we? Can we get rid of the split screen? No. Okay, can't do it. I know. Okay, let's go.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tracy Sui, planner with the city, and I'm joined today with Sajid Sifat, also planner with the city. For the purpose of this presentation, and because we are presenting on 3 different bylaws, I will start with the renaming bylaw, and then Sajid will present on the next 2 bylaws. Jumping over to the maps. Rohit has applied for a name change to the Range Road 260 neighborhood. The name Range Road 260 appears as only a geographical reference, as it is a road that runs north-south within the neighborhood, and Rohit is concerned that the name lends little from a marketing perspective. So here on the slide, we have a map showing the existing name on the left and the proposed renaming structure on the right. And within this neighborhood, we can see that there are 3 sub-areas within this neighborhood: Avenir to the west, Elysian Fields to the east, and an area north of Villeneuve Road. Avenir and Elysian Fields are both currently used as marketing names, but the name Elysian Fields is proposed to be completely removed, and that area will fall under the Choureau name. This next slide provides some background information about the Choureau family. The name Choureau comes from the surname of early Saguenay settlers, Emile and Celestine, who emigrated to Canada in 1911 from France. From then, the Choureau family owned about 112 acres of land around the St. Albert and Edmonton boundaries for farming operations. And as their enterprise grew, the family also acquired Riverlot C, which is located outside of St. Albert to the west, for pasturing livestock and more farming operations. The Choureau family has also indicated that they have no objections to renaming the neighborhood after Choureau. The proposed name Choureau was also reviewed by the St. Albert Naming Committee, and based on their review, the name is in alignment with municipal naming policy of St. Albert. I'll now pass the time over to Sajid.
Thank you, Tracy. Hi, everyone. Sajid here. I'm going to be walking you through the MDP and ASP amendment. So the map in front of you shows the subject area subject to the MDP and ASP amendment. It's bound by Range Road 260 to the west, Villeneuve Road to the north, Giroux Road to the south, and Ray Gibbon Drive to the east. It is located on the western portion of the city of St. Albert. So Bylaw 1, 2021 pertains to the Municipal Development Plan Amendment. The map to the left shows the existing MDP land uses. The proposed MDP land uses are shown in the map to the right. The map to the right shows that the proposed uses are park, open space, school, public service to the north, shown in green, to primarily facilitate the community amenities campus site and the passive recreation site. Balance of the open space is shown in green, distributed throughout the neighborhood for school and park sites. The commercial land use is shown in red, adjacent to the open space to the north, followed by residential land uses shown in yellow for the rest of the neighborhood. The MDP amendment and proposed land uses support the development of a complete community. The MDP amendment is required to support the area structure plan amendment to be approved. The proposal is reviewed against city plan, which is the current municipal development plan. However, it does meet the aspirations of Flourish, as industrial areas have basically been relocated in the new Flourish MDP. So now over to bylaw 3/2021, amendments to the Range Road 260 area structure plan. The map to the left shows the existing land uses of the area structure plan. Map to the right shows the proposed land uses. The proposed land uses include updated land uses to include a community amenities campus site and a passive recreation site to the north, replacing the existing industrial designation. The north portion of the ASP has been constrained by the location of two former landfill sites. The proposed ASP amendment assumes that the two former landfill sites would be redeveloped subject to provincial landfill setback reduction. The reclaimed former landfill sites would allow recreation and open space uses to be developed to better complement the community. One school site has been designated as part of the ASP proposal, with the potential for a second school site that could be facilitated within the community amenities campus site, subject to reduction in landfill setbacks. Medium and high density sites have also been added throughout the neighborhood, resulting in 40.5 DU per net hectare. The updated land uses also enable better connectivity, walkability, access, and traffic flow. A second stormwater management facility, and I'm pointing to the cursor here on the screen, has been added to the south portion of the area structure plan. The commercial portion land use has been reduced to 2.45 hectares to the north. And these amendments essentially allow for a complete community to be built. With respect to the proposed closure of Range Road 260, the applicant is proposing, as shown on the map to the left, and I'm pointing to the portion of the proposed closure, the closure of Range Road 260, whereas the administration's recommendation is to keep Range Road 260 open, as shown on the map to the right. So in addition to the aforementioned amendments, as shown on the map to the left, the applicant proposes closure of Range Road 260 between Villeneuve Road and Giroux Road, and designated as a linear green space. Administration's recommendation, as shown on the map to the right, is to keep Range Road 260 open. Administration does not support this amendment due to the following reasons. The road closure places more traffic on local roads, raising concerns for safety, efficiency, and potential cost of traffic calming measures. And Complete Streets allows the integration of trails and walkways into the public road right-of-way. So with that, administration's recommendation is based on the following challenges, and hence recommends the Range Road 260 to stay open. That being, proposed use as a park does not meet the city's minimum width requirements for, or parks requirements for open space. There are cost implications on maintenance of PUL, being the public utility lot used as a green space. Addressing traffic and public concerns are an added cost to the city's taxpayer. Anticipated traffic shortcutting and less cross-city connections. Ray Gibbon Drive may not be completed to align with the development of the ASP based on a 15-year ASP build-out. The road closure may have negative implications in terms of access, frontage, visibility for the mixed-use across from Range Road 260 on the Avenir site. There's also potential legal risks to be considered as per the Municipal Government Act, which requires the city to compensate any landowners who are negatively affected by a road closure. Based on this, again, the staff recommendation is to keep Range Road 260 open. So this application was circulated August 7, 2020 by mail to property owners within 100 meters of the subject property, being the entire Range Road 260 ASP area. One piece of public correspondence was received, which has been provided to council. No major concerns were raised by the public. So in short, the recommendation is to approve bylaw 1 2021 being the MDP amendment 2 2021, the renaming, and 3 2021 being the ASP amendment to be approved as presented today. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys, both of you. I'll open it up to council if you have any questions about the MDP, the naming, or the area structure plan.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Councilor Watkins.
Yeah, when I was reading about the Chirot family, it's just a curiosity question. And we're reading about the Chirot family. It said that they were their land was taken for the RDA for the ring road. So was their original farmstead on the south side of the Henday and on the west side of St. Albert Trail, where that old barn is sitting back in there that's got the paintings all over it? Was that the Chirot property?
I'm not too familiar, but it was around 137th Avenue.
Sorry?
Yeah, I can. Sorry, Tracy, it's just kind of hard to hear you. Maybe get closer to the mic.
I'm not too familiar with exactly where, but it was around 137th Avenue. So between kind of, yeah, more Sanders and St. Albert.
So they didn't live right on that land.
They didn't live in the city of Edmonton anymore, or they don't live in the city of St. Their land isn't in the city of St. Albert anymore.
Okay, so I'm seeing no more questions from council. Councilor Jolyon does not have her hand up. Oh, go ahead, Councilor Hughes.
I don't know why I was just waving instead of hitting the button. That made a lot more sense. So just so I'm absolutely clear when we're voting, on the third one, your recommendation, I got it, is to not approve the road closure. And so if we say yes to that, we are agreeing with that recommendation, correct? Because I mean, there's been times where your recommendation's been opposed, but the motion in front of us is to do the opposite. So I just want to make sure that if we say yes to 3/21, that we are stating that the road stays open. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. If you're
All right.
voting as presented, the motion, it is to keep the Range Road 260 open.
Okay, just wanted to just double check on that so I knew exactly what I hit yes or no, what exactly that meant. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Good question. All right, I'm going to go to the public. I've got one resident and then some representatives from the proponent. So Mr. Ken Crutchfield, you were first to register and first on my list, so I will go to you. And I know you've been.
Okay.
Yeah, there you are. There we go.
All right.
All right. I probably don't need to tell you the drill, but you have 5 minutes and start whenever you're ready.
I'll hit my clock. Okay, well, Mayor Herron and councilors, I really appreciate this opportunity to address council on these bylaw 1, 2, and 3 of 2021. Personally, I have no objection to bylaw 1, 2021, although I do find it interesting that at a time when council is concerned about the ratio of commercial to residential property, that this proposal actually reduces commercial property. With regards to bylaw 2 about renaming Lycian Fields to Chirot, again, I have no objection to voice about that. However, with regards to bylaw 3, I do not support the recommendation of administration to keep Range Road 260 open. I encourage council to direct administration to make text and map amendments to support partial closure of Range Road 260. This amendment would be consistent with the public feedback leading up to the submission of the amended area structure plan. And I base this recommendation on the following points. Administration did not reveal any objections to the closure of Range Road 260 during the public open houses. I participated in those open houses. I interacted with the proponent's consultant on the planned amendment of Range Road 260 area structure plan. And at no time can I recall any feedback from city officials objecting to the planned closure. With regards to traffic on local roads, administration's assertion that closure will result in traffic utilizing neighborhood roads to shortcut is based on current infrastructure. I find it interesting that one of the reasons supporting keeping Range Road 260 open is because Ray Gibbon does not have the capacity to take the added traffic, and yet at complete build out and expansion of modification of Villeneuve Road into Ray Fowler Way and also other amendments there, I just find it hard to believe that we would want to go ahead and have a road, a straight road, go through this entire community. Range Road 260 parallels Ray Gibbon Drive, and using the comparison of Range Road 260 to closure of the Coal Mine Road ignores the fact that Range Road 260 parallels Ray Gibbon Drive, and Coal Mine Road closure had no comparable roads to that we see here with the Chereau or Elysian Field proposal. And the eventual closure of Range Road 260 with the development of the Avenir neighborhood has a benefit of directing through traffic to use Ray Gibbon Drive. We should be thinking forward here 10 years about where do we want that traffic going, and notwithstanding traffic circles and everything else like that, this is a straightaway, no denying it, and you will find traffic will find a way there. And in fact, administration has pointed out is that they really don't know what they're looking at in the way of traffic right now, and they don't know whether the ring roads will be a lighted intersection or a ring road, or I mean a traffic circle, and whether it'll be 1 or 2 lanes around those traffic circles. So I just find that there's a lot of hedging that's going on here right now. Closure of Range Road 260 complements neighborhood connectivity between the planned residential developments on either side of Range Road 260 because of the emphasis on multi-use walkways associated with linear space. Instead of waiting to decide the finalization of Range Road 260, the intent should be to design the neighborhood and have the development fit the design rather than let it be and then decide. Another point, the increased residential density demands more park space and provision for pedestrian use. The new MDP Flourish recognizes increased residential density targets while also identifying the need for design and location of green space to enhance neighborhood walkability and connectivity. It could be argued that the city's current park standards for minimum trail corridors needs reconsideration, yet administration offered no concerns in this regard during the public open houses. And I also note that if there is a precedence of concerns with keeping Range Road 260 open, it's interesting the top 2 concerns are all about park standards and about the cost of operating a park. Well, any green space takes money, but the provision of that park space, I think, is very integral to increasing density of these neighborhoods. And good trail design and connectivity without an association with road corridors is a positive development to the pedestrian and bicycle use. Again, another argument for partial closure of Range Road 260. Timescale, the staged build out of Chereau East and Avenir development should result in the partial closure of Range Road 260 and dedication of a greenway for pedestrian cyclists.
Mr. Crutchfield, your timer might be different from mine, but I've got you over 5 minutes.
Holy God. Mine was supposed to go out. Well, okay, I can't invoke God. Easter just passed us, but.
I'll open it up to questions. Maybe council would have any questions? Councillor Jolly? You're good? Okay. Thanks. You actually brought up a lot of good points, Mr. Crutchfield. It's Oh, go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to build on what Mayor Herron said. Thanks again. You always bring value in your comments and your concerns, but I just want some clarification because, I mean, I'm thinking, you know, full build out will be a while, and maybe it goes to the point where you're saying, you know, at least if we don't have it, if we close it, then we have to design with knowing that the road's closed. But I mean, is there not some value in leaving it as is and then saying, you know, once we get a little bit more information as to what the build will be and what it will look like, that we can then make some plans? It's always easier to close something than to open it.
Yeah, if I might respond to that, admittedly, full build out will take a lot of time. It might be 10 years. The developer, I'm sure, would be better able to talk about that. Again, it's all market based, but it's interesting. You just had an earlier discussion here at Riverside where residents are talking about the fact that they bought into the area, understanding certain development. And I would argue is that clearly Range Road 260 would remain open until such time as you know, build out was reaching its maximum. But the fact of the matter is that with the closure of Range Road 260 at some point, we're creating a green space. And I would argue is that we're also influencing where traffic is going to go. And we really want that traffic to move on to the eventual expansion of Villeneuve Road and Ray Gibbon Drive, rather than trying to force it down a linear road here. That green space, that partial closure of Range 260, I think would be complementary to the neighborhood, the development of Avonayre and Cheru. And I also believe that the community recreation campus really would want traffic, because it's open to all of the residents of St. Albert, to come by way of some of the major roadways rather than trying to hook it up through Range Road 260.
Yeah, and again, great points, and I can clearly see your points on all of them. I'm just more worried about the fact that we create fewer access and exits and force traffic onto what will be an already very, very busy road. And I also worry about, you know, eventually when Avonayre gets built out, the impacts, you know, on the west boundary with Carrot Creek and some of those impacts and how, you know, and so those are kind of some of my concerns in relation to closing a road at this particular time. So but your points are well taken. I just don't know whether or not we can't directly feed on to Ray Gibbon just because of the danger of that. I mean, rather than putting another traffic circle or light. So points taken. I'm just trying to reconcile which way I would like to go with that one.
If I could make just one closing comment, I live in Woodlands, and you know, Woodlands, I think it would be comparable in size to what we're looking at here, and you know, it's been able to go ahead and be developed, and the residents aren't complaining about traffic here except for maybe Boudreaux Road. But the fact of the matter is, the collector roads work, and when you look at the design of Avonayre and Cheru as the developers laid it out there, I believe that it's more than capable to handle the residential traffic that we're likely to see there.
Is that the only question you have? Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Crutchfield.
Okay.
And I have the proponent waiting, and I've got Russell Dock, Jim Kilo, and Bladen Tibbin. I can go in the order that's on my screen. Russell, do you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having this forward, and thank you to administration for working on this proposal. We're excited to be part of the community and work on our first major development in the community. We've done some housing projects, but it'll be nice to move forward with this plan. As you know, we've been working on this property for a couple of years and working closely with your administration, doing the background studies that were required on the landfills and the ability to close those landfills. So we're looking forward to the development. We think the area structure plan is a positive move with things like the moving of the school sites and some of the changes that are there. with regard to the road issue, Mr. Crutchfield actually covers many of our thoughts. We presented it as an option for council to consider, closing a middle portion of Range Road 260. If you wanted to look at that, there is a north-south collector road 100 meters to the west of Range Road 260. There's a north-south collector road 300 meters to the east of Range Road 260. So we thought, given that there's school sites, recreation sites, and ravines are on different sides of the community, people might want to move east-west through the community, just removing some traffic impact and also allowing for more north-south movement through the community. So we presented that, but obviously council and your administration, you've got to consider other factors. So it's before you in sort of both ways to consider, and we're more than happy to answer any questions that you might have about the plan.
All right. Any questions? Russell, go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I agree, I'm excited about this project in St. Albert as well. My only concern is about the name. So your marketers have chosen a beautiful name. You know, I'm a Jolie, I love the French names. But I have heard some concerns that our naming policy is maybe dated and that name maybe shouldn't have been a choice just in terms of our commitment to reconciliation. So my question to you is, would you be willing to just postpone the name change so that we can kind of revisit it with kind of more that reconciliation lens? And still find something that's great for your marketers.
The quick answer is yes. We'd like to move on with the name so we can start branding and being aware. So if we could have a commitment from administration and council that we could get it back on in front of council in a timely fashion, that's something that we can review. This is our second time trying to pull, or a third time, I think, trying to pull a name from the city's list. So we would respectfully ask that you update your list so we don't spin our wheels on this. Thank you.
That's fair enough. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
I think, I don't want to speak for Councillor Jolly, but I'll try, because Natalie, I actually watched the Facebook link you sent out on the weekend, and fantastic conversation about how to do a better job of naming. And it doesn't always have to be about reconciliation. But I did really hear loud and clear that maybe we shouldn't be naming areas such as this after people. And when I look at some of the areas in St. Albert, we've got Forest Lawn, that's not named after a person. We've got Oakmont, Riverside, although they were making fun of Riverside names in that Facebook thing we watched. But you do run into problems when you name an area after a person who you think might be a great person to name something after. Grandin and Lacombe are two that could come into question in the future. So I don't know what you're proposing, Councillor Jolly, because I think what you're proposing is a completely new approach to how we name facilities and areas in the city of St. Albert, which would not be a short-term thing for Rohit. So I'm going to put that question to you.
Yeah, I think for today, all I'm saying is this particular name delay it. I do think we need to revisit our naming policy, but you know what, it hadn't even occurred to me, but Councillor Hughes, I'm going to call you out. She suggested earlier today that we don't want to delay this, like a 6-month delay would be horrific, but just to delay it for kind of a few weeks to really go back and kind of open it up and say, you know what, I know we have our naming policy, but we don't need to stick by this, is kind of something that I would be looking for.
Okay, well, we don't have to figure it out quite yet. I do worry though, because my ideas of changing how we name things involves a lot of community and rich community conversation, and that's not going to be done in 2 weeks.
No, and so I would just be kind of understanding that names are tricky and that we're open to kind of something out of the box would be great, that really considers that maybe our naming policy needs a scrub.
Okay, I think Councillor Hughes wants to jump in on this.
Yeah, as I'm just thinking, there's so many neighborhoods aren't named after any individuals at all. You know, like Pine View isn't. I don't think Kingswood's after somebody, unless I'm wrong. I don't think Woodlands is after anybody. So, like, I'm just wondering if we were to say we're delaying second reading and to go back, I don't even know if we can because we have a public hearing. I guess I'm asking administration what our options are, if it's even an option, if we can, how we can come back and find because I mean, I don't want to arbitrarily choose a name for a developer. And at the same time, I would prefer if we could come back and have another discussion about it, especially just in light of information.
Right. I'm gonna get through the public presentations, then we'll go back to admin. And can you please ask that question?
Okay.
Okay. Right. Any more questions for Russell? Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
So do you want the road closed 260 or do you want it open? What would be your preference, Mr. Doak?
Our preference and what we put forward in the plan originally was with the road closed. We just think it adds a nice north-south corridor. We believe the transportation works. We did the transportation background report and it works with the closure. So we just think if I look at kids moving to school back and forth through the neighborhood, if I look at people moving to the future recreation center, and I look at people being able to cross from east to west, those things, the planner and me would think that the neighborhood itself works better with the road closed. So if there's other broader community reasons for the road to be open that are traffic that maybe I'm not understanding, that's for council to consider. And there might be other issues that we just don't understand. But when I look at the neighborhood as a cell, I think it's better with the road closed and not having a straight through road bisecting the area. So my perspective on the neighborhood is closed would be nicer for the people who are living within the community.
And you also said that you kind of went twice around here trying to pick a name, and now you're on the second name, and now there's talk of maybe trying to make you go to a third name. Are you okay with Chiro?
Yeah, we're okay with the name Chiro. You know, what we did is we looked at the city's name list and we looked at names, you know, and quite frankly, as a developer, we're looking for a name that has a you know, reasonable marketability to it. And the name sounds nice. It has the French history to it or whatever. We think it works from a marketing perspective, and it was on the city's naming list. So that's why we brought it forward. Our issue is not that we're absolutely married to that name because we want to be respectful to the community. The issue is the timeliness of having a name that we can use for marketing, because we are hoping with the area structure plan approval, servicing in the area, we'd like to go ahead with development next year. And it's important to us that we begin to create a brand and community awareness. And Range Road 260 just doesn't fall off the tongue as a neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Doak.
Okay. Any more questions? All right, Mr. Kilo, welcome back.
Hi, Mayor Herron. I don't have any presentation. I was here as well, just to answer questions.
Questions? All right.
Yeah.
Is that you too, Bladen?
I do have two minor things, but
okay, go ahead.
But no, yeah, no presentation. There was, we did speak with administration after first reading and upon reviewing the draft ASP there, and there were two minor text amendments that were agreed to with administration that we'd like to see reflected in the ASP. And so, yeah, we discussed it before this meeting, and those two are, one is on page 18 and one is on page 50.
Okay, hold on. So let's go slow on this.
Yep.
So page 18 of the ASP, I assume?
That's correct, yes. It has to do with wellheads being located, basically just wellheads being treated as they would through the regulations of the AER, so Alberta Energy Regulator. Currently, the ASP says they would be within private property. The standard is that they would be be accessible in the case that they would ever need to be serviced, but not that they be within private property. And that's in accordance with AER regulations.
I'm just still trying to find page 18. Does anyone have on our agenda package what page that is? I don't know.
And I believe administration has wording for it too, if you want to go through them at a later time.
Okay, so the first one is something about, start again, because
Sorry.
I was for it. Now I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to go back to you. So the first minor text amendment is about what?
Just dealing with well sites in accordance with the regulations of the AER, Alberta Energy Regulator.
Oh, Councillor Mackay found it, 467. Okay. And the second one?
The second one is about back of lots adjacent to Ray Gibbon Drive. It says cannot extend back slope into Ray Gibbon Drive right of way, and that is on page 50. And that.
So it's essentially about the right of way backing onto Ray Gibbon?
Yes, yeah, lots backing on. It's just it's just a little bit unclear, I guess, and could be open to some negative interpretations. So as with all neighborhoods along Ray Gibbon Drive, the berm, the top of the berm and the fence would be on the property line. And administration, we've had that discussion with them as well, and they're in agreement with the interpretation. Just want to avoid misinterpretation in the future.
Okay, so two minor text amendments that administration is aware of and has the correct wording for the amendments, and they agree to these changes. It's just going to council motion at second reading to make those changes.
That's correct.
That's good. That's easy.
Yeah.
Any questions for Bladen or Mr. Kelo? Any of the proponents before we go back to administration? I think I'm going to go back because I got some more questions about the road closure. So Sajid, can maybe bring up the slide about the reasons that administration was opposed to it, because of course Mr. Crutchfield and Mr. Doc had some really good reasons why it might be appealing for the neighborhood. So I want to just get reminded about why they weren't recommended. And I noticed Mr. Schick has turned his camera on. So while that screen is getting popped back up onto screen sharing, Mr. Schick, are you not worried about a straight away road in the middle of a neighborhood causing speeding issues and some safety concerns?
Oh, well, I mean, obviously any roadway operationally in terms of traffic management and whatnot, I think we would make sure that we try and put in as much mitigation measures as possible to influence driver behavior and pedestrian behavior for safety. I would share that essentially the take from administration is that the roadway, Range Road 260, is not going through dividing the community. Essentially it is kind of, there's a community similar to other secondary arterials, I'll call them, like maybe Dawson Road as an example, where two communities are on the east and west sides and have access and through good intersection design accommodation, active mode accommodation still adjacent and parallel with the roadway with trails or sidewalks, and good engineered structures like warning flashers or whatever the case, accommodating at all modes at any kind of conflict point. And so I think, in terms of it, I think that there's proactive measures that can be planned for and designed and delivered with the roadway to address any type of safety concerns.
Okay. So Sajid, can you maybe go through these bullet points one more time and maybe this will be a chance for council to ask questions about them?
Sure, yeah. So as I was previously mentioning, the big, I guess, concern is just, sorry, I'm just gonna get my slides ready here.
So maybe if I can just, well, Sajid is talking about this.
Sure, go ahead, Dean.
One additional point that I would add to this is that the influence, I think everything was kind of mentioned, that the TIA, Mr. Crutchfield had a good point in regards to the engagement with the public engagement and whatnot. That was put out by the developer and whatnot, and information was shared. Administration at the time, when it first approached about the possible closure, conceptually, we weren't opposed to reviewing it. I think, again, looking at any options for strong development and planning of our communities is a benefit for everyone involved. And, so there was no opposition to at least reviewing the potential closing Range Road 260. Where the information then came from in regards to the closure is actually through the TIA. And to be fair, when you look at the development by itself, there's great benefit to the development itself. I mean, you're not anticipating a high level of volume traveling through that community when you have a road closed, and you are conceptually, at the very least, anticipating that the higher volumes of traffic are going to utilize the key arterial, which is Ray Gibbon Drive. What maybe hasn't been mentioned so far is that in that TIA document, the impact and the influence to Ray Gibbon Drive with the volumes and the timelines for the improvements, the TIA resulted in interchange recommendations, came to a conclusion of recommendations of interchanges and essentially future further widening within a very short time frame, within the 2042 time frame. And so the anticipated improvements through the TIA and the impact are offset to some degree, anticipated. And to be fair, the full review and comparison of the TIA with Range Road 260 opened and not was never completed. It was just the TIA shows the road closure and then the traffic distribution to Ray Gibbon Drive. And so it's anticipated that obviously with that potential of Range Road 260 being opened, it alleviates some of the demand and volume on Ray Gibbon Drive, accommodated through and using Range Road 260. And as you expand that opportunity of a secondary arterial, if you will, Range Road 260, to accommodate development outside of what's in front of council today, but possibly to the north, possibly to the south, the projected, we'll call it shortcutting, if you will, through the community, may not be recognized until development is occurring to the north and south, where whatever future development may be south of Giroux Road, all the way to Meadowview, may be seeking to travel through that community, through this community that's in front of council to date. So, which is not necessarily going to be a travel path or desire path from residents or users trying to gain access to, let's say, the community amenity site with using Ray Gibbon Drive, which from their own TIA would indicate poor levels of service unless interchanges and non-signalized intersections are completed.
Okay. Councilor Broadhead, did you have a question on this, or? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to administration, I'm a little twitchy about road closures, given that we're still sort of reaping the rewards of closing Coal Mine Road. And while that might have seemed right at the time, we're 20 years on or 15 years on, having to deal with the impact of that. So my question to you is that the assertion's been made that arterial roads parallel this portion of Range Road 260 that's due to be closed. Can you describe what are these full-on arterials, 4 lanes? What are those roads? Or is this just a residential street, a collector road?
Yeah, I to be fair, what it would follow is our complete streets. And with that, it is difficult because when we envision or maybe talk about an arterial road, and this is maybe one of the benefits to using complete streets compared to the kind of typical engineering practice of just arterial, collector, or local. So you can have an arterial, which again, I'm been very specific in calling it a secondary arterial because the Boulevard Road, which is the St. Albert's term or the future freeway of Ray Gibbon Drive, is going to be the higher volume, higher speed, higher engineered and intersection structures and whatnot with interchanges in the long term. And this roadway essentially provides the connectivity and would not be required to necessarily, there's portions through the TIA where at the north and south ends off of Giroux Road and Villeneuve Road to suggest that for the volumes anticipated, 4 lanes may be required, and then through strong intersection design, whether it be likely, I mean, it's no secret that a roundabout would be anticipated to operationally and safety wise perform better. But that segment then between the north and south intersections, which would link to the collector roadways identified by the developer and its team, you know, it could be down to a single lane to accommodate travel, but with perhaps at least acknowledgement of what the anticipated volumes would be. So it's not to say that we're not looking to duplicate a high volume arterial road directly adjacent to Ray Gibbon Drive. What we're looking for is an accommodation to offset high volume demands potentially from Ray Gibbon to this arterial roadway that serves the area and mitigates that impact of potentially with a closure. You know, to one of the comments that were made where internal to the community, there are fantastic collector roadways, neighborhood roadways by our Complete Streets proposed in the development that run directly adjacent to schools, school site and the park site and in front of homes. And so with that being said, we don't want to induce or suggest traffic shortcutting, which could occur with a closure. But it's definitely, I mean, providing that linkage and that connectivity in the grand scheme. I think Mr. Crutchfield made a good comment to say it's anticipated and kind of required that everyone think, you know, beyond 10 years, I believe was a time period that he suggested. Well, one thing to consider is outside of the boundaries of this ASP is development to the north and development to the south that will be drawn to a destination within this proposal. And how are people going to get there in recognition that Ray Gibbon Drive, similar to St. Albert Trail, will have capacity. And, you know, if we look at, again, I used Dawson Road in comparison to this. I think an example where we may have gone through that in St. Albert would be Hogan Road, where Hogan Road ran adjacent to Ray Gibbon Drive and now connects Villeneuve Road to Giroux Road. But at one time could have provided opportunity to connect potentially now knowing Fowler Way, future Fowler Way to McKenney Avenue, which would divert. I know from administration's point of view, we hear a lot from residents of Lacombe and residents on Lockhart and La Rose of shortcutting of traffic from Giroux to McKenney Avenue. And so the impact and influence that these little connections, these short segments can have in the grand scheme of network connectivity can be substantial.
Yeah, I see that. So these collectors, if you will, that run parallel to this, would you describe them as similar to Erin Ridge Drive? Is that sort of the cross section that we'd be looking at?
So again, we definitely in the cross section, what I would say is that there could be likely, I would suspect again at the north and south sides, likely 4 lanes of traffic. So it would be, you know, likely divided, and then it could shift. We don't have the map necessarily right in front of the specific road connections in the proposed area. There we go. But let's say the intersection, the roundabout, maybe either directly off of Giroux Road and where the neighborhood roadway, and I'm using my finger, which is absolutely useless right now as no one can see what I'm looking at. But the collector neighborhood roadways essentially tying into Range Road 260 is where it may be able to shrink between those 2 intersections down to a single lane. So you'd have maybe 2 directional traffic, north and southbound on Range Road 260. As per our Complete Streets, we're seeking to always accommodate active modes via trail or sidewalk, or a combination, one on one side, one on the other for improved cycling and pedestrian separation as well. But so we would I would just caution to say the comparator of Erin Ridge Drive as an example is that this section of roadway can function without direct homes in front of it, adjacent to it, fronting it and needing access and whatnot. So it's that more, I would call it Dawson Road, but potentially down to 2-lane versus a 4-lane, if that can make sense.
Okay, fair enough. Well, my questions are driven less by shortcutting through this area is about destination trips going, because we're talking about a high school, we're talking about a rec center, we're talking about all sorts of things. And so this area is also a destination for a large number of residents. And so I'd be loath to close the road too soon before we understand the impact of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Schick.
Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk here about this road and the need for it. And the need seems to be not for this neighborhood, but from everybody else getting into this neighborhood, and from guys cutting through this neighborhood, and from people going to the lands to the north and people coming from the lands to the south. But it seems like he has enough roadway in his project to deal with all their transportation issues without this arterial road or major collector or arterial road, whatever you want to call it, running through it. So is this the kind of road that could be leviable as an arterial road?
Yes. So at the heart of it, currently under the
just the developer.
What's that? Sorry, my apologies.
It seems to be benefiting a lot of other people besides just the developer's lands.
Yeah. So for confirmation, being a connector roadway, which is our complete streets terms and is an arterial classified roadway, it currently is not in our offsite levy model. However, it would be possibly integrated into our model. And this is a good example, kind of similar to what Villeneuve Road would be in terms of discussion as a development community and whatnot for its inclusion in knowing that it again serves that connectivity to the broader area and would service the greater need, and its definition and classification as an arterial and connector. It would fall in to be a candidate roadway within the offsite levy model.
Right. Well, that would be great if we could explore that option, because as you said, you're just going to have lots of lots backing onto that. So you're building all that road without any saleable frontage also, the developer. So it's a big cost.
Okay.
Yeah, I had one other
ahead.
question.
Yep.
What is the present traffic volume on that road?
Present?
Yeah, what is presently the volume on Range Road 260?
There's nothing there. Yeah.
No road there at all.
There's my apologies. We could definitely look into that. We would have turning movement counts at different intersections that would have given way to show existing conditions, but I would suggest that they're fairly low at this time.
Okay, thanks.
Now I get what you're trying to say. Like, there's nothing there. Okay. Keep this picture that you're sharing right now. I just have a question about why we are not designating a land use to the areas just north of the community amenities. I mean, I know that that's going to be probably some storm, but why are we not calling it a PUL? Like, why is it just blank? I don't know if Sajid or Tracy wants to answer that one.
Sorry, I may not have understood, Mayor, where you're pointing to.
Just right north of the proposed community amenities, but south of Villeneuve. And there's just a big white spot that I believe is a PUL, isn't it? Or but it's nothing. You don't have to.
That's road right of way for Alberta Transportation.
And isn't there a storm pond going in there? Or
There is a storm pond there.
No, I thought it was north of the community amenities. It's okay, as long as we don't have to call it anything. I was just curious. Any more questions? Councillor Jolly, you good?
Yep.
Okay. All right, if we could stop sharing screen so I can see everyone's face, that would be awesome. And I will ask a member of council to make a motion to close the public hearing. Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the public hearing on bylaw 1/2021, bylaw 2/2021, and bylaw 3/2021 be closed.
Thank you for that. I will call for the vote.
Sorry, Cheryl, in favor.
Voting is closed, and that's unanimous. I would just like to point out to council, and anyone else who cares, that Mr. Schick is giving up an anniversary dinner because it's his anniversary today. What? And Mr. Scoble's giving up a big birthday dinner. Thank you, everyone, for what you're doing tonight. Okay, Councillor Broadhead, can I just keep letting you go? First reading on bylaw 1, or second reading, sorry. Are you good with that, Councillor Broadhead? Okay.
That bylaw 1/2021 be an amendment 21 to the Municipal Development Plan 15/2007 be read a second time.
All right, any comments?
Well, we've just discussed all three of these, so I'm not sure I have much to add, Madam Mayor.
Is this the one that I wanted to delay?
Nope.
Okay.
Yep. No, the amendments will come to the area structure plan, so that's bylaw 3. So when we get there, we will get staff to walk us through that. This is the MDP. Any comments on an amendment to the MDP?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I just want to make note that we are amending the MDP here, and it's the city amending it. So when people say, "Oh, you shouldn't amend these long-range plans," and "Why are you amending these long-range plans?" It's because they have to be amended, and they're kind of working documents that change all the time. So here we are as a city amending our own MDP, and we're also amending an ASP that's only 6 years old and completely changing it. So, I mean, it's like we can't call the kettle black here because we do this all the time.
Okay, good point. Okay, I don't see any more comments. I'm going to call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that passes unanimously. Councillor Broadhead, you want to do third reading?
That bylaw 1/2021 be an amendment 21 to the Municipal Development Plan 15/2007 be read a third time.
All right. Any further comments?
No further comments, Madam Mayor.
Call for the vote. Voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. All right, the second one is bylaw 2, which is the area structure plan amendment rename. So anyone want to make this motion? And then I have a feeling Councillor go ahead, Councillor Watkins. Page 397. Yeah.
So Mayor Herron, while he's searching, I guess I wonder if we should ask the question to administration before that this motion's brought forward. Because if our intention is to go back and have a discussion if it's possible, I don't want this to fail. Like say to vote on second reading and fail and then have that 6-month delay is a problem for the developer. So I guess
I thought all the questions were done during the public hearing, so that's why I wasn't taking questions now. But if there is an amendment thrown on the floor, then we can have questions or a postpone motion. And before I accept that motion,
it's a procedural question is what I'm asking.
Yeah. So if Councillor Jolly wants to postpone, then before I accept her motion to either amend or postpone whatever she might plan.
Sorry, Mayor Herron, it was Councillor Hughes' suggestion. So if she's prepared to make that, then
okay. If anyone amends second reading of Councillor Watkins' motion, then we can have a question to staff on what the implications are. But right now, we don't even know what we're asking. So Councillor Watkins, why don't you just read it and then we can see if anyone wants to postpone it.
Okay, that's bylaw 2/2021 being amendment 2 to rename the Range Road 260 area structure plan 23/2014 be read a second time.
Thank you for that.
If I may interject here, we had the public hearing on the name that was presented today. So what we're voting on right now in second reading and third reading is the name as presented today. If we're making an amendment, that is up to council. However, you're also able to strike this down and direct administration to work with Rohit to come back with a new name at a set date and then set a new public hearing for the new name, because a new name will require a new public hearing.
Right. And so the process for that would be an in-camera conversation, then a public first reading, set a new public hearing date, and then a new public hearing if we're changing it from Shiro. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So
So Mayor Hearn, look, that was my question, is that, so what you're saying is that we don't have an opportunity to go back and say, we're not going to do this, or second reading, we have to vote on this name, yes or no. That's what you're telling us, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
we could strike it down today. And then it would remain as Range Road 260, and we could start the process again.
Well, just that typically if it says no, or the procedurally, I think the developer can't come back for 6 months. Now, is that also applicable for the renaming, is what I'm asking? Is if this were to fail, I have no idea how the vote is, but
That is, just to answer that question, Mayor Herron, to council, that's actually a land use bylaw requirement, not an area structure plan requirement.
Okay, so if this were to fail for any, and I have no idea how this vote's going to go, but if this were to fail, then we could still fast track the discussion to have it renamed and being brought forward, just as long as the public hearing was. We'd have to give that 1 month for the public hearing, right? And then from that point, whatever additional time would be required to determine a new name.
That is correct. You would still have to. You do still need the public hearing, but yes.
Okay. Okay.
So to be clear, council can direct administration today to come back on a certain date with a new name. And that will include, we'll have to have included the time for the in-camera discussions. And at that date, we can then set a public hearing date, have first reading, and then set a new public hearing date.
Okay. So that could be an amendment to this current motion, is to come back with a new name? No.
No, that would be a new motion, assuming that second reading doesn't pass today.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
That's okay. So no postponing motions on this. Okay. Pardon? So I accept your motion. Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I encourage you to support the name today. We have been working with this developer for a long time. We've had them jump through 2 hoops with a name. They're back here again. They followed all the protocol to name it. We gave them the lists. They took a name. We said no, gave them another name. Now we're saying no to this name because we want to name it, I don't know what, but maybe for reconciliation purposes. Well, we just named the new transit center the NACI Center. So we just named something for that. And this is what frustrates the development industry, is when we have to jump through hoops continuously, or they have to jump through hoops continuously over something that the city has already told them that they accept. And now we're asking them to come back, start the process over again, jump through a few more hoops, come back here to council again, get another public hearing scheduled, and then come back for another public hearing for the name again. Like, I just think this is just an unneeded, unnecessary thing. We have thousands of acres of land that we're going to be annexing pretty soon here, and there's lots of new lands for new names. And to try to start this process of the naming committee or the naming process and go back to the start and reinvent it and figure out what we're going to do, we could come back here in a month and a half, and some people could come from the to the public hearing and say they hate that name. They don't want to use the name that we've picked. And then where's the developer again? We're going to send them back and jump through some more hoops. So I really can't see the need for doing this. We gave them the name. They've gone twice through it. I think it's ridiculous to try to put them through a third time through this process. So I can't support not approving this.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. And I think that's a good point, Councillor Watkins. I think that the naming policy needs to be specified that neighborhoods in the future should not be after an individual. But I also know that no matter what name we choose, it could be red, color, blue, someone will say they don't like it, right? I mean, everybody doesn't like it, or they'll say you pronounced it wrong or whatever it is. So you're not gonna be able to please 100 people 100% of the time. But I think that we should in the future really, somewhere in there should be the standard that comes back that we don't name neighborhoods after individuals, because no matter how saintly the individual is, someone can find flaws with them, right? And so it's just easier if you pick something a bit more generic, I think, going forward for developers than to name it after somebody. We could call it, you know, the town side of Heron, and someone would say, I don't like that because of X, Y, Z, right? So I think that calling neighborhoods after people is a dangerous idea to do. But I think that your points are well taken.
Anyone else on this? Councillor Jolly, I'm going to let you go in.
Thank you. And I would echo that the developer has been very patient with us. And I would also say, you know, I mentioned before, you've chosen a beautiful name from our list. You know, it wasn't something that you made up. And I really can understand why you would want to name the new neighborhood Chereau. But unfortunately, our naming policy hasn't been updated since we started seriously considering the impact names have in terms of our responsibilities relating to reconciliation. For that, I'm sorry, that is not the developer at all. I really think we need to step back to consider, or the reason that we need to step back to consider this particular name is more eloquently expressed by Rob Houle, who everyone, I sent him his email to you. I first became familiar with him through his participation as a panelist for a roundtable called Challenging Discrimination Through Community Conversations. It was moderated by Senator Simons, and it was on the topic of naming public places, so pretty topical. Just this morning, Rob was addressing City Council about their community safety task force, so really thoughtful guy. So he said, in my talks, I often touch on the point of why naming things after people is problematic. The entry in the Black Robe and justification to name the area after Chereau is weak, and the story is some of the usual Western erasure and romanticism that is a thing of the past. Whenever the chance to name things is presented, there should always be, in this day of age of reconciliation, an opportunity given for Indigenous people to reclaim space and name. Although the story of intrepid farmers given land grants and other government program subsidies to settle on Indigenous lands is a fantastic one, I am sure there are other ways to choose names. Real community conversations need to take place to ensure that names that are chosen are meaningful and reflect the stature that are given to them. Processes need to be updated and policies reimagined so that names are given with more meaning and recognition. So that's why I'd like to see this delayed and fast-tracked as quickly as possible. I would be completely open to Rohit's marketers coming up with a woodlands, a forest lawn, whatever they think would be great, because this really is an opportunity to do better. So that's why I'm not supporting this name at this time.
This is tough for me. I'll say, Councillor Jolly, you really actually do need to be commended by pushing us on our boundaries this whole term on some of this stuff. We had another name for the Naki Transit Center that you pushed us, and we came up with a different name. And that one, I think we need to remember, actually had some negative public feedback from some members of our community too. So I don't know if you're ever going to get the name right. My vote tonight will be solely for expediency and to allow Rohit to start marketing, and that is it. Other than that, I actually would like to delay it, but I think the delay would be too long. I don't think we can fast track it to achieve that rich community conversation that you really want. And so I'm going to be supporting second reading here and encouraging you, or I can do it myself, that we put that high on our agenda for maybe later this May or June, put a notice of motion for it. I don't know. We have to have a better conversation about how we name things. So I do commend you for you pushing our boundaries. And that video you sent was great. Councillor Watkins to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Once again, the naming policy is not the developer's problem. It's our problem. It's our policy. We've given it to them. We've asked them to jump through the hoops twice. We're now asking them to jump through the hoops 3 times. As far as fast tracking it, there are specific timelines with respect to getting it to the council meeting and getting it to the public hearing and advertising to the public hearing. So I'm not sure how much of this can be fast tracked. I agree with Councillor Jolly about we need to do more with reconciliation, and it's probably not a really good idea to name things after people and after individuals. But I'll tell you what, in a year from now, nobody will know who Chereau is. They'll know where Chereau is, but they won't know who Chereau is, and they probably won't even be asking the question of who Chereau is. And like I said, we just named our transit center the NACI Center, so we're moving in the right direction. We have a lot of land that we're annexing, hopefully, if it gets approved, from Sturgeon County, which will allow for the renaming of new neighborhoods and new areas. And I think we shouldn't do a rush job on trying to come back here with a name for the developer. A marketing name is very important. They're going to have to live with this name for maybe 15 or 20 years. And I don't really want to just do a rush job to get them back here so that we can, I don't know what, so they could change the name to something that's, I don't know what it would be. But once again, I'm not too sure we can rush it back. And the other point is that when it does come back here for a public hearing, somebody could disagree with that name. We could come up with a name and the developer may not like it. We could come up with a name and all sorts of people could come here and say that they don't like that. They want us to name it after somebody. You know, in some hands we're saying name things woodlands, and then in other hands we're saying name things after First Nations people. So I mean, they're people. You know, woodland isn't a person, I guess. Maybe woodland was a person, but I guess the whole thing is we just can't make them jump through any more hoops. And let's just approve this thing today for them.
Call for the vote. That motion passes by majority with Councillor Jolly opposed. Councillor Watkins, do you want to do third reading?
That bylaw 2-2021 being Amendment 2 to rename Range Road 260 Area Structure Plan 23-2014 be read a third and final time.
Anything further?
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else? Call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that passes by majority with Councillor Jolly opposed. Ray, do you want to keep going with bylaw 3? Yep, same page. Yep.
That bylaw 3-2021 being Amendment 3 to the Range Road 260 Area Structure Plan 23-2014 be read a second time.
Okay, so this is where I need help from Sajid or Adrian or whoever's going to be helping with the proposed amendments for those 2 simple text changes. Who's got them?
Mayor Heron?
Who's that?
Cheryl.
Cheryl.
I have both of the amendments. Did you want to do them one at a time?
We can do them together.
Do you want to do?
Yeah.
I'll put them up on the screen so you can see them.
That'd be good.
I just need a mover for it.
Sorry, the procedure bylaw says you have to do them one at a time.
One at a time. Okay.
One at a time.
Yeah, we'll ask questions. I need somebody to move the text amendments. Councillor Broadhead, thank you. So this is the first one. No, that's not it. It's not up there yet.
All right.
It's actually on the screen here, Wes, right here. But I don't know if.
Well, that's good because I was
but Councillor Jolly
straining to
can't
read
see
it.
that.
All right. That bylaw 3/2021 Schedule A be amended by amending section 2.1.6 environmental site assessment wellheads by deleting any wellheads that is not currently in the road right of way of Range Road 260 must be located on privately held lands and have adequately physical accessibility according according to all pertinent standards and legislation.
Okay, so we're deleting a section that says that the wellheads have to be on private lands, essentially. Is that correct? Seeing a nod? Okay. Before I accept that, Councillor Mackay actually thought he had a question.
I didn't think, I do. I just wanted to confirm, I mean, it's been, felt like several days, but several hours since we talked about this. And I just want to confirm with administration that they do support Mr. Dibden's amendments.
I can tell you that they do. This was actually supposed to be included in our package and got missed. So council has to do it.
Okay.
But I can get anyone from admin to verify that. Sajid?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that is correct. We did talk, administration has spoken with the developer and agreed on the changes, and the wording in front of you is based on our agreement.
And I would see this having the wellheads on public land probably being a better solution because they're a little bit more accessible for monitoring, et cetera. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so this deletion essentially goes back to exactly what you said, which is allowing them to be on public lands.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay. Seeing none, Wes, you made that amendment, right?
I did.
Okay. Do you have any comments?
Just what you said, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Call for the vote. Voting is closed and that passes unanimously. All right, the second one was about lots backing onto Ray Gibbon Drive in the right of way or something. So can we get that one up?
Okay. That bylaw 3/2021 Schedule A be amended by amending section 5.3 stormwater management by deleting back of lots adjacent to Ray Gibbon Drive cannot extend back slope onto the Ray Gibbon Drive right of way.
Okay. Councillor Jolly, you can see that too in the chat. Okay. Any questions before I accept that motion? All right, accept that motion. Councillor Prada, do you want to fight for that one?
I have nothing to say to that.
I'm
Madam Mayor.
teasing. Call for the vote. Voting is closed and that passes unanimously. Thank you, council, for that little bit of gymnastics, and to the proponents, I apologize that that was more complicated than it was needed to be. So hopefully we got that done fast. So we are now on to second reading of bylaw 3, which I think was Ray's motion. Do you have anything to say about the new area structure plan?
No,
Now
I don't,
call-
Madam Mayor, just to note that the area structure plan is 6 years old and we're amending it.
Anyone else? Well, I will. I got to say that, hello, we're adding a community amenities site to the city of St. Albert. That's a big deal. So
I don't want to get hopes up too high.
I think this is fantastic. You know, Elysian Fields never really made a lot of sense to me. So, I mean, I've met with Jim and Russell since they purchased the land. Super excited to work with Rohit over the next 15 years as you develop out Shiro. And I appreciate your willingness to work with us on the community amenity site because St. Albert has been eagerly awaiting this. Now Ray wants to say something. So just appreciative to the relationship and the land that we're going to be able to work together to develop. And I'm really glad to see that strip of commercial right up against the community amenities, so we can have some restaurants and maybe something to supplement the recreation side of it. Councillor Watkins to close.
Yes, I guess I should say, yeah, we're very happy to have Rohit here. I've known Mr. Radi Gupta, the owner of Rohit, since the 80s when he first, or for instance, since the 90s when he first came to Edmonton and started building. They've built hundreds of houses, probably thousands of houses and units. They've developed hundreds of neighborhoods in Fort McMurray and all around the Edmonton metro area. And we're happy to have you in St. Albert and to be working with you on our community amenities site.
Yeah, that's awesome. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Third reading. Councillor Watkins.
That bylaw 3-2021, is that the right one? Is that the right one? Yeah.
Yep.
3-2021 be read a third and final time.
Anything else on this, guys? All right,
Nothing further.
call for the vote. All right, voting's closed and that passes unanimously. All right, thanks, guys. Second public hearing is over. And we just have one more thing on our agenda. So I need a quick motion to go into camera for a CAO dialogue. Is there birthday cake in camera, Kevin?
We're going to sing.
We're not allowed to sing, but Renee, you want to pass over the host to me and I will make a breakout room. But while we're waiting for that, who's going to make the motion to go on camera? You two are just active with the motions tonight. Go ahead, Councillor Watkins. Okay.
I'll move that we move in camera pursuant to the appropriate section of the Privacy Act.
Under 153E.
153.
Oh, no. What? No, that's the hush hush motion. 24(1)A. Okay.
The council move in camera to have a confidential dialogue with the chief administrative officer pursuant to section 24, subsection 1A of the Freedom and Information Protection Act.
All right. Kate, call for the vote. Voting's closed and that passes unanimously. Okay, let's take 5 while I figure out the breakout rooms. And Cheryl can go home, lucky girl. And Kevin, I'll invite Cindy into the CAO dialogue. And is Carrie back? Okay.